Hey there, motherfuckers. Oh, let me get the volume reset here on the music and get it in the background. There we go. Oh. All right, what do we got going on here? And fucking Viva was here miles and miles ago, just ages ago. We're here by 3:56, Viva. Jesus Christ. There we go. The GOP's been Trumpy for a while now, but, hey, Ramsey. I suppose. I do that myself, Ramsey. But thank you. Hello, RZ. Hello, everyone. All you degenerate motherfuckers. Let's see. There we go. We'll see what it actually does, Caboose. We'll see what it actually does. Oh, so did everybody have a good yesterday? How was everybody's hump day? Yeah. I most assuredly didn't take yesterday off because I was stoned and feeling lazy and my neuropathy was miserable. I'm going to retcon that into it was a solidarity protest because Curio had, Curio's account was, suspended. So that's, I'm just going to retcon that. So yeah, that was direct action and mutual aid yesterday. It wasn't entirely self-serving. I think I slept through most of yesterday. My yesterday was yesterday. I was sick yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, RZ. Hey there, Curio. Yeah, it's 100. Yes, Curio got yeeted. Not because of what Curio did. It was somebody on Curio's air for sure. Like, I'm in no doubt about that, Curio. Somebody heard Taz being Taz. That shit. Yes, Curio got yeeted for 24 hours. First of the OG crew to pull off an account suspension. So, I mean, you know, mad props, Curio. But yeah, that was most surely a thing. Oh. Yes. Oh. I mean, it could have been anything. It could have been any of it, Curio, but yeah, I mean, it was probably Taz. Pugliese? Either way. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Twitch suspension, any percent speedrun. Ooh. Itch. There we go. Yeah, but yeah, we were on the air, Monday and, Monday night, and things were said either way. Yeah, Curio got live banned 24 hours. So yeah, I'm retconning my day off yesterday that I took because honestly, my neuropathy was fucking miserable last night. It's not great today either. But you know, it was bad last night. So I was just like, I just want to get stoned and check the fuck out and watch some shitty procedural crime drama sort of thing. Which is one of my guilty pleasures. But I'm going to retcon that. It was definitely for sure, a direct action solidarity strike, with Curio, because, you know, how dare they do my bro like that? Fucking fight the man. Fight the power. It was the North Sudanese government. They were trying to censor Taz. For sure. They called in some favors. Yeah, for sure. I don't doubt that for the least. I don't doubt that in the least. Brazilian. Oh, well, welcome. If you don't, Taz is a person. RZ, Taz is a person from that collectively a few of us have known for a while. There's a few of us over here that over on Twitch now that came from a previous podcasting network. And so we know each other from over there. And we all went on the sojourn to Twitch, sort of as a collective, as it were. And Taz is one of the old timers that we know. But Taz, she has a way with words, shall we say. Yeah, Taz is great. I love her. I love her to fucking death, but yeah. Yeah, that was an interesting evening. Very unambiguous. Yes. Yes, that's that is the way to put that. Yeah, definitely Mixecular. She is very unambiguous. Oh no, I agree with her. It's not that I don't agree with her. It's just there's no fucking way I could get away with saying the sort of shit Taz says. And generally speaking, if you don't know who Taz is and you just hear her on the line, there is a possibility that you could miscontextualize what she's saying and maybe report somebody for it, not understanding who she is, and yeah. No, well, I mean, I suppose Taz can be bossy, but that's not what got Curio in trouble. So yeah, definitely a solidarity strike last night. I wasn't stoned laying on the couch watching Bones or anything. That's definitely not what went down. So oh, I like that armed Peppy. Yeah, Ramsey. I've only heard her on air 3 or so times, but I totally get what you're on about. Yes. Taz is a character, and I love her to death for it. So I got, like, I got a hardcore fucking core workout done today. Like, non-stop core workout. Just fucking brutal. Got a giant core workout done today. Actually got... in 93-degree heat, by the way. It's fucking like early May still, and it's already pushing 100 here. So we're coming up on 100. I got a run in, like a run. My knees held out. Like I got a proper run in today, which was I was just dying. And yeah, I got a little weight work in today. Also doing rehab on the shoulders. I can speak at this time. Again, I do not give out medical advice. Do not take anything I'm saying as medical advice or an endorsement of any kind. Do not use yourself as a human guinea pig and experiment on yourself with research chemicals. But for those that were around for the shoulder injury, it's not 100%, but it's significantly better. So TB500 and BPC 157 in combination with TRT. Yeah. Like by 2-a-day injections of the BPC. Yes, Ramsey, for sure. 2-a-day injections of the BPC 157 in and around the shoulder. And then TB500 sub-Q, both sub-Q. Subcutaneous, and then the TB500 into belly fat, which I don't really have much of, but I can get a pinch going. And so that's where the TB500 goes. And yeah, it's still not 100%. I would say it's probably in the 72 to 80%. Like it's, something in there. It's still got a little rehab to do, and I'm rehabbing it. RZ sounds like bad stuff. No. BPC 157 is a compound that you would find in your body anyway. It's body protecting compound 157. It's a pentadecapeptide. Basically, it's a string of 15 amino acids that are bonded together in a string that's commonly found in gastric juices, but is when isolated and introduced into an area in the body, causes a cascade of healing processes to occur. And then TB500 works in concert with that on a systemic level. It has a longer half-life, so you do 2 injections of that per week into belly fat, or generally belly fat sub-Q, and then you do BPC injections on site wherever the injury may be. So, yes. Oh, I keep fucking swiping the wrong way. Ramsey, I'm happy to look. This shit ain't cheap, right? Getting well-sourced quality research compounds such as these, like you can go on like Chinese websites and fucking buy this shit in bulk. But if you want to trust a Chinese lab with an injectable that's going to be sent to you like in a bag via just mail via China Post. Sure. I mean, you do you. I know I've found forums where bodybuilders do just that. I went with a US lab, which is a lot. Yeah, exactly. What could go wrong? It's a lot more fucking expensive. And well, it's just habit, Ramsey. Hey, RV. I'm constantly doing shit like that, but today I've got it swept this way, which is opposite of what I normally do, which is kind of fucking with my head. So yeah, I sourced it from a US lab, which is way more expensive, like stupidly expensive, I might add. But when dealing with like injuries and stuff, when you're dealing with your body, spend some money, folks. Spend some money. Yeah, Ramsey, if I could find, there is a European group who does group testing, that coordinates out of Reddit for this sort of stuff. I'll look into that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Contacts. Let's see. Which one has rotated? It seems to be the left one that has rotated a little bit there. Nice, Viva. Nice. Oh, so yeah, I mean, I'm going to be using the ibutamoren, the MK677 as soon as I get my blood work done for the HRT. Yes, Sir Ramsey, I wear contacts. When I get my blood work done for the HRT or the TRT next Monday, then I have on Wednesday I have my eval with my personal trainer. I have a sports performance group that has in-house medical and everything like that. I'm doing my eval next Wednesday. So Monday I do my blood work for the TRT stuff, and then I'm going to go on the ibutamoren, which is the MK677, which stimulates endogenous human growth hormone production. And so I will do a cycle of that when training starts so I can even get a even faster recovery. Plus, I'm looking into, I have a cryotherapy place right down the street. So I'm probably going to throw a few sessions of cryotherapy on those first few sessions of training as well. Just to, you know, fucking really throw at it. Oh, Karina. So yes, the human lab rat / experiment that is Kai is, I mean, proceeding. Given the amount of shit I've done to this body, given the amount of degradation that has occurred, given the autoimmune condition, given the injuries from extreme sports over the years, and given the not young age, yeah, it's shaping up interestingly. I'll be fascinated to see what the total arc of this looks like 12 to 18 months in the future. Nothing in particular, Dave. Nothing in particular. Just whipping this broken ass jalopy back into some semblance of shape. I'm just duct taping headlights on as best I can. Keep the window from falling out of the back. You know, that sort of thing. Sure, the headliner has fallen down, but you just staple that shit back up, right? Viva, I may look like I'm 26, but for the love of God, I'm almost 40. I look decent, but internally this body is not young. And I kicked the ever-loving fuck out of it. Right? Like, it's not easy on a body given what all the things I did to it over the years. So, yeah. Yeah, Ramsey, not young age. I always forget that one. Nope. Mixed secular? Nope. Not a lick of it. Sorry to hear that, Ramsey. Hold on. Oh, my one of my mods, Cat, is training Muay Thai. Cat is an MMA fighter. And has been MMA fighting since, like, I don't know, maybe he was 10 or some shit like that. A very like most of his life now. And so yeah, I'm familiar. Yeah, I've known Cat prior to Twitch, and you know, yeah, it's one of my people is an MMA fighter. And no, not looking to get into any of the punchy boy stuff. None of the fighting arena sort of stuff. That doesn't interest me. It's never interested me. And it's abusive on the body in ways that I don't need. So yeah, I'll be skipping that. It would be fascinating to see if I could whip this broken ass body back into shape for something like an Iron Man. Given the state of my knees, especially my right knee, and my shoulder, and my wrist, Jesus Christ, and cervical vertebrae. I did a bunch of shit, bro. I did a bunch of shit. Skydiving, rock climbing, rappelling, whitewater rafting. You know, yeah. And that's just the, like, normal stuff that I did. Then there was all the stupid shit I did as well. What? Jesus Christ, I hate needy people. If you don't actually tag me, RZ, like at Proudly Radical, it doesn't highlight and things can go by, especially when I'm speaking. I'm not actively looking at chat when I'm speaking. So I'm sorry I missed your question, but, well, I mean, likely autoimmune driven progressive small fiber polyneuropathy. So if you want to know what that means, basically, my body is attacking its own small fiber nerve cells. The small fiber nerve cells are the nerves that are responsible for things like vibration, cold, heat, and pain. So if you cut your finger, it's the small fiber nerves that are responsible for that pain. If you burn yourself, small fiber nerves. Oh, that's cold. Small fiber nerves. Small fiber nerves, right? And when you attack and kill off a nerve cell, what happens is that it fires, just like it would for other stuff. So, like right now, my legs are on fire. My legs are burning right now. Like, run the hottest water you have in your house from your tap, if you have decent hot water, and just stick your legs under that. That's what my legs feel like. Yeah. So my body is slowly but surely killing off many of its small fiber nerve cells, and yeah, it's special. Yeah, I'm good on that. Please tell me that symptom isn't only for that, right? Which, Karina, clarification. Or just jump on the air with me, Karina, if you want, and ask me the question. The human body is dumb. I agree. No, it's not only for that. But it is a common symptom of peripheral neuropathy. So if you're diabetic, you'd be familiar with it. So, yeah. So I am in pain basically 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I rarely get breaks from it. My last good day happened several years ago. And the only break I really get from the discomfort is if I immerse myself in an exceedingly stupidly hot bathtub, just full of fucking hot water. The kind of which that you normally would be very reticent to put any element of your body, any extremity of your body in. If I submerge myself in that, basically it overloads the nerve cells and I can't feel what they're doing anymore. And so, yeah, hot baths, hot tubs, hot baths, that sort of thing is like my sanctuary. It's the only place I really get any peace and quiet, as it were. So, yeah, that is sort of the catch up on what the fuck is wrong with Kai, at least in that regard. I've got my right knee has been hyperextended and ground down and is my dominant leg anyway. So from soccer and inline and skydiving and rock climbing and rappelling, I'd imagine even whitewater from fucking, I mean, I used to brace against the side. I mean, I suppose there's some cushion there, but even then the knee's taking a beating. The shoulders aren't great. I've had a C6 fracture before. I've done a lot of shit in my life. I've done a lot of shit. I used this fucking body. So not only is there something wrong with this body, actively, this body is harming itself. I wrote it like I fucking stole it. Let's just put it that way. No, RV. I just, yes, I'm flexible. And it's not, like, Erlers Danlos or Erler Danlos or any of the connective tissues diseases near as we can tell. I don't have the genetic markers for any of that sort of stuff. If that's where the avenue you're heading, it's so hard to imagine the neuropathy for me. I still have Ramsey. Thank you. Like I said, if you want to imagine what it's like, just turn on the hottest water you can get in your house and stick your hands and your feet under it. Just hold them. Don't pull them away. Just hold them there. Just, there you go. That's what it feels like. Do you think you get relief from extreme exercise? No, Dave, I don't. Actually, because there's an autoimmune component, exercise tends to make it worse. But within the last couple of months, I decided, 2 months ago? One of the channel historians can keep me up to date on that sort of thing as to when Kai decided. But a couple months ago, I basically decided that this body is going to be destroyed anyway by this process. I'm probably going to end up in pain, like further pain and more numbness and all sorts of fucked up stuff. And I miss the exercise. I've basically taken a decade-long break at this point because exercise makes it worse. Anything that stimulates your autoimmune system, if your autoimmune system is actively attacking your body, and if you stimulate your autoimmune system, you can see how this process works, right? But I decided I don't give a shit. I'm in pain 24 hours a day, 7 days a week anyway. There's very little medications that can even address this sort of thing, and they're all fucking terrible anyway, so I just power of will through this shit. So, yeah. RV. Yeah, I got to run in today. Like I don't think you were in the room when I said I got a stupidly difficult core workout done today. I got to run in. Yeah, I got a little bit of weights in. Like it was radically extremist exercise. I grew up on skis and on a mountaintop swimming and running and climbing. And I was stupidly active. And Meat here, maybe. I think I saw Meat. Only a few people have ever seen that photo of me, but I used to be fucking shredded. Like, I know it's difficult to imagine, but I used to be fucking shredded. Like, 8-pack shit. So, yeah. Guy was a twunk. Thank you, RV. I get the analogy for temperature is something my body doesn't do much. I can shower, bathe completely cold or hot without flinching, so it's so hard. I guess the weird things about my flesh shell, I guess. Yeah, nice, Ramsey. There's me, Trey. Hey, me, Trey. Does yoga and meditation work? Works for me. Why were you in Phoenix, Swede? And hey there, Swede. Yoga, I don't do much yoga right now. I have in the past. As for meditation, no, doesn't help. Pilates. Hey, Barley. I'm probably dehydrated right now too, quite frankly. After doing laps. in like 95, 93, something like that heat on the pavement. Yeah. I was sweating my fucking nuts off. Boo! Boo, Mitre. Boo! Your subject coordinator sucks. Boo to your subject coordinator. God damn it. You were being mean to landlords. Interesting. Hey, Watkins. 35C for normal people. Has to be fair to all the other students, as if it's some kind of competition. We all live in the same fucking lives. I swear, Mitre. Pain in my ass. Pain in your ass. Pain in everybody's ass. Like, who gives a shit, right? That's fascinating. Just look at some viewer count analytics there. So yeah. By the hello without adjectives. No, RZ. No. Nope. There are certain things like I'm not vegan or vegetarian. Some of my protein shakes and drinks and meals are vegan. Not specifically to be vegan, just by the nature of what they are vegan. But I am not vegan. No, I use duck fat, I use bison, I use elk, I use salmon, I use, I don't shy away from that sort of stuff. It's easier to get, hit my protein macros, and especially fat macros when I am on a ketogenic diet, which occasionally I am. I've come off recently because I'm doing basically a bulking cycle, as I go on TRT. I'm doing basically a bulking cycle, so I shifted my macros off of ketogenic back onto glycolysis. So I'm back on carbs, but yeah, it's easier to get my my protein macros using animal. Just is. My body fat's never been anything, RZ, but like I said, I used to be fucking jacked. Not fucking swole, but climber ripped. Climbers don't bulk up. That's not what that's not what a climber does. Yeah. Every extra pound that a climber puts on, you have to literally lift to the top. So yeah, climbers tend to balance things. But yeah. Yes. Yeah, I am without. It's like Kai would lose his vegan psychic powers in a week, knock up those 3 strikes like a speed run. Fuck a week. I'd do that in a day. Fucking get that shit done. Henry Cavill or Jason Momoa? Jason Momoa. Yeah. Yeah, climber bulking only means heavier weight to carry. It does. Every pound that a climber puts on is a pound a climber has to carry to the top. So climbers tend to be shredded. We tend to be shredded. And I won't be going back to climbing. Quiche isn't vegan. No, Quiche isn't vegan. It's a song. Quiche isn't vegan? Oh, fucking. It's a good movie. I like the style. It's a quote. Casual. It's a quote from a movie. Yeah, I won't be going back to climbing. I mean, I don't know, with the like dulled sensation in my hands from the neuropathy, I don't know how that would affect the climbing as to whether I don't know. Either way, I'm not planning on going back to climbing in any way, shape, or form. I don't want to do that to my shoulders. My wrist has a TFCC tear from, I think it was probably a handstand from a few years ago, bunch of years ago now. Yes. Yes. I always fucking Honnold. You're talking about Alex Honnold. Yeah. Gelato is a vegan, milk and eggs, bitch. Love bulking, but fuck, I have to do a bit of a cut after the gyms and shit being closed for so long with COVID. Yeah, you already did your bulk, Ramsey. No, it isn't, RZ. High-fat diet is not as unhealthy as it sounds in some cases. No, I did keto for ages. I've got the blood work to show that it's perfectly fine. Yeah, no, Ramsey, I'm not going back to climbing. As I told my like interviewee for whether like I wanted to go to this sports performance clinic that I have up the street, when I was talking to the gentleman, he asked me what my goals were. And I said, I just want to establish a flexible enough base of athleticism that depending on how I choose to apply it, I can apply it generally across the board to a variety of things. I'm not looking to get back into climbing, but I would like to do something. I don't know yet, though. But I'm not in a position to do that yet. I can't do a marathon. I mean, if they can rehab that fucking knee and strengthen all of the surrounding quads, because my quads are, I'm atrophied. I'm atrophied like a motherfucker. My quads are not anywhere compared to what they used to. Take care of yourself, Swede. Karina's going to sound super nerdy. In Canada, we have a requirement of Canadian media in stores, libraries, radios, etc. In my school library, I read Scott Pilgrim obsessively. Fair enough. Okay, without adjectives. I was reading articles about sex and gender, and I thought gender was the only social construct and sex was biological, but they're both of the spectrum. You can date whoever you want. I mean, yes, you can date whoever you want, but I mean, I've pretty much settled on who I date. I've even got it narrowed down to one person. But yeah. Linky, I'm a welcome, by the way. I'm what's referred to as a post-left, post-anarchist, post-gang rise up. You wanted adjectives? We'll go for that. Hope to get back to my six-pack and shredded shoulders next year, but feck, I'm tall, skinny fuck at this point with slight belly fat because I was bulking a lockdown, hoping the gyms would open up sooner. Yeah, Ramsey, I mean, after, hey, thank you for follow, Linky. After a decade basically off of everything, I'm completely atrophied. Luckily, you know, I do have the underlying athleticism, so I know how to put in the work. I'm comfortable sweating. I'm comfortable with DOMs. Delayed onset muscle soreness, you bunch of degenerate fucks. Comfortable with DOMs too. Yeah, so I'm, you know, I know what it takes to do it, and I've done it before. You know, I'm not starting from scratch. No, Dave, Ramsey is not Irish. Spent time in that general region, but Ramsey isn't Irish, no. Yeah, Ramsey, I couldn't imagine being, I mean, I couldn't imagine coming to it later, right? Like, I couldn't imagine having to pick up that at like 40 or 50 and being like, you know, never having been in shape, never been an athlete, never exercised, and now to have to pick it up at like middle-aged. Oh my God, I can only imagine the workload that is, the neuroplasticity that you would have to trigger to rewire those pathways in your brain. I mean, it would be a lot of fucking work. Credit to anybody who does it. I mean, mad props. You put in the work, you get the respect. But yeah, I'm glad I did it young so that the pathways are wired at least. You know, you can hit the zone and you can just sort of, you know, It was last week, actually. I was doing, because I do oblique crunches. I actually do basically 1, 2, 3, right? Like I do each of the obliques and I do the center, but I do them in large sets. And I just hit that rhythm finally. It was the first time I've had it happen in a while, and it just clicked. And I was like, yep, all right. We're reactivating some of those neural pathways. We're getting back to it. It's starting. It's starting. Oh, all right. Let me scroll down a little bit here. A friend of mine fell off the rock wall once. We were only about 15 feet up, but he landed on a slope. Jumped off. I've done a wall once or maybe twice in my life. I grew up with like New England rock, right? Like granite and marble and exposed mountaintops and shit like that. Like I grew up with great climbing access. And, you know, in Tennessee, my rappelling and climbing instructor in middle school, yes, I actually had a rappelling and climbing instructor in middle school in Tennessee. She and her husband were the trainers for the Tennessee State fire and rescue teams. So, I mean, I got, you know, pretty advanced pretty early in that regard. I honestly, yeah, I'm thinking maybe I've hit a climbing wall twice in my life. Maybe. I jumped off to make sure he was okay and was right next to him when he sat up. He was shocked I got down so fast. Adrenaline will do that, Rev. Adrenaline will do that for you. Post-ideological, anti-realism lefty. Nice, Go Lang. It was rough for me at 18. Imagine 40. That'd be horrid. Yeah, it would. It'd be, oh my God. Okay. You meant an actual wall. All right, cool. Yeah, usually these days, like, that's why I just made the assumption. Usually these days, very few people outside of, like, the climbing community even refer to a wall. But respect. Now I know what we're dealing with. Let's see. What's going on there? All right, cool. I don't even know where to find a practice wall around here, but we have plenty of mountains. We've got a few of them around here. I mean, you know, it's fucking Vegas, right? We've got a few of them, but I've never been into any of them. One of my physical therapists, though, when I rehabbed my scapula, like I'd say shoulder, but it wasn't up here by the delt. It was actually by the scapular attachment in the back. When I rehabbed my shoulder 8-9 years ago, something like that. God, yeah, maybe even more. He was a local climber. I knew immediately too. Fucking soon as he fucking touched me, I could tell. I was just like, those hands are a climber's hands. Mine have softened up. Like I don't have any calluses anymore. Like, you know, but a climber's hands are very distinct. I climbed the brick wall around my apartment compound in the UK after they repaired the gate, and I forgot the access code. Best climbing I've ever done, says Ramsey. Fucking anarcho meathead stream. I like it. I dig it. I respect it. The left could use a little more meatheadism, frankly. But yeah, that's sort of the goal. I can, but my channel has heard the spiel so many times that we just have a command for it. No. So, there you go. If you have any questions beyond that, feel free to ask. The left could use a lot. I have leftover calluses from gymnastics in a few years. Really, Estrella? Mine cleared up, like... Maybe 8 or 9 years. Yeah. Mine cleared up. I mean, I still have decreased sensation, not even from the neuropathy. There is decreased sensation in parts of my hands from the damage. Yeah. I dream the spiel. I tried to climb a wall after getting a vasectomy because I was being chased by the cops. It was very painful. I didn't make it. Well, I'm sorry you didn't get away from the cops. That sucks. Well, of course. I mean, RZ, Israel is an apartheid state. Of course, they're going to criticize them. That's where that goes. Climbed a few buildings around the campus at college too. Used to climb up on top of the concession stand under the bleachers to puff up until that night the security guards kept driving around under me. Nice, Rev. Yeah. The first rappel I ever did was a free rappel with no wall to brace against in my middle school gym in Tennessee. And then it was off of the auditorium outside was the next one. And then that was basically, we were done with fucking kiddie shit. My two trainers, she and her husband, they're like, and now we're going to go do the real thing, right? If you're still in at this point, if you still want to continue learning how to do this, we'll go do it for real. We don't care that you're like 11 and 12. Who gives a shit? So, yeah, it was fun. Damn. Damn, Ramsey. That's quick. Now look, we're not supposed to be on the same page, I suppose, casual, but whatever. So yeah, I just want to get some of my athleticism back. Oh, somebody's posting in memes. That's true, Ramsey. That's solid. Yeah, I just want to get some of my athleticism back. I want to get to the point where, like, I have a developed enough musculature that I can participate in certain things without worrying about injuring myself to an extreme extent. Yeah. Interesting, let's try. Yeah. So, yeah, next week is my blood work for TRT, laser for the laser hair removal. I think that's Wednesday? No. Wednesday. Yeah. That's Wednesday. So, yeah, Wednesday's stream may actually be maybe a little late. Because I got to schlep halfway across town to go get my balls zapped with a fucking laser, basically. And then Thursday is my eval with the sports clinic. So, yeah, next week is a busy week for me. Yeah, I have to do something on 3 days. Doesn't take all day, doesn't even take, but for me, that's a busy week. So, I mean, I don't really want to even get into it, to be perfectly honest. I mean, we'll eventually talk about it, I suppose. But, yeah. Alright, which one of you motherfuckers wants to come on the air and continue having a conversation about fucking meatheadism? And research compounds and experimenting on your own body. It's quite frankly, I enjoy that line of conversation right now. Otherwise, yeah, what we're going to end up talking about is some depressing shit. Hey, it's a Ramsey. What's up, you British-sounding Dutch fuck?
Oh, geez, that was quick.
I mean, I can see it on my top screen when it happens, if I'm paying attention.
Oh, I know. But, like, my stream was apparently further behind than I thought.
But, yeah. Yeah, so now, yeah, now you're definitely going to be ahead of the curve, because the Discord happens much faster than the stream.
Oh, yeah, no, exactly. I'm right here now. I muted you on stream already. Can't handle two of you.
Oh god, yeah, they're doing it. They're doing it. Wallada, hey there, Wallada. And is meatheadism not dark, shitty stuff? As far as I'm concerned, meathead is a term of endearment for all of the athletic milieu, as it were. If you're an athlete of any kind, of any level, whether you engage in competitive or solo work, if you put the work in and you sweat and you have the physical ability, as far as I'm concerned, you're under the umbrella of meatheadism, and it's a term of endearment for me. It's not a pejorative as far as I'm concerned.
I completely agree. With friends of mine, we used to kind of jokingly call each other like gym bros and shit like that, right? But after some of us transitioned to other sports, we just kind of went with like meatheads as well for each other. Just, for fun, partially.
Yeah. Yeah, there's what's the point? What's the point of having friends if you can't insult them?
Oh, hell yeah. That's the whole point of having friends, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
You train each other up for the rest of the world.
Yeah. And if anybody else insults your friend, you'll fucking take them out. It's like, that's my friend.
You'll deck him.
I make fun of them. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah. Yeah, so
You're stealing my material, you bastard.
yeah, so I'm leaning in heavy. Like I'm doing the fucking hormone replacement. I'm gonna do MK677 here as soon as I get my blood work done for my TRT stuff next week, because I don't want their input on my IGF-1 levels. And so I'm gonna do a cycle of ibutamoren MK677. Which causes the endogenous production of human growth hormone to increase quite a bit. So rather than $5,000 a vial human growth hormone injections, you can get ibutamoren for I think $60 for a gram, which is basically a cycle if you know how to create a solution out of that yourself. Previous drug experience goes a long way, kids. So, if you know how to make a solution out of raw powder of something like ibutamoren, if you can get it into solution, then yeah, that's basically a cycle of it, which it causes downstream metabolic effect for your body, and IGF-1 levels and HGH levels endogenously are increased, production levels in your body. So rather than a HGH exogenous injection, which would stamp down your HGH production, this actually increases your body's production level. So muscle mass, recovery, repair, all those sorts of things are handled by those series of metabolic effects. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see how that one pans out, because if I start training, start the MK677 and, you know, see what the recovery looks like on that as well. You throw, you know, TRT doing exogenous testosterone injections biweekly in addition to the 677. You know, that's HGH plus test territory. That alone causes lean muscle mass to increase. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely. I'm curious, like, please share the updates in the anarcho meatheads on your Discord.
TRT
Like,
is testosterone replacement therapy. Dave.
Yeah, I'm glad you explained like half those things during the whole spiel you just had, because I understood about half the terms.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm lucky that I started like psychopharmacological studies at like 14. So,
Yeah.
you know, I'm intimately familiar with at least some of the pharmacology and metabolic, you know, downstream metabolic effects and processes. So you know, there's at least a veneer of understanding there. I have to refocus because, you know, my focus was, again, psychopharmacological rather than biochemistry and pharmacological, because I was more intrigued by, well, hacking the brain with better living through chemistry, shall we say.
Yeah.
But
I have the luck that a lot of like my friends are thing. Like some of my friends have studied like a master's in biochemistry and that sort of thing. So I don't have to know these things. I have people I can ask about specific details when I need them.
Dave, it has the possibility to. I already have a mature hairline. I mean, I'm basically 40, dude. Like this is my mature hairline. It does have the possibility to create through, you know, aromatase, the aromatizing metabolic effects of testosterone to DHT downstream from it. So dihydrotestosterone, DHT, has the effect on the hair follicles that are susceptible to male pattern baldness genetically, right? There are mitigating things that you can do. RU5587, I think, is the research compound. You could use something like finasteride, which just crushes your DHT production. But you can use topicals like is it Trazodone, which is an antifungal that has a anti-DHT effect topically. You can use the RU, which is topically. You could do things like needling as well, which has been shown to increase blood flow and regenerative effects of the hair follicles in the area. And I mean, you could even do things like modafinil. I'm sorry, not modafinil. Minoxidil. Modafinil is another different drug. That's a nootropic. So there's things you can do if that becomes an issue. And so trust me, I'm keeping an eye on it. I don't want to go bald. But yeah, I'm not exactly a heavy responder to DHT already. But yes. Lot, I heard testosterone injections, the rest was blah, blah, blah. Fair enough.
Your hairline does look great, relatively speaking. Like, Ozzy, I'm right there with you. Like, I'm a lot younger than Kai is, and I'm definitely gonna go bald before I reach his age. That's like a given at this point.
Yes, Lilata, yes, for the simple folk, yes. I am using it referred to as exogenous testosterone. So outside the body, not derived, right? So I was talking about the MK677, which stimulates endogenous production of human growth hormones. So you can introduce compounds into your body that make your body produce things. Or you can introduce things to your body and just give it to it, right? This is just giving it. This is an exogenous introduction or an exogenous injection of testosterone. So this is just testosterone cypionate, which is testosterone suspended in a carrier oil, and you just inject it intramuscularly. So I do a ventroglute injection. So it's basically by your hip. It's your ass, but it's a part of your ass that most people aren't that familiar with. But it's by your hip, and I do an IM injection of test sip 2 times a week. So yes, it's artificially increasing my testosterone, my free testosterone and available testosterone levels. And that has a series of effects. And so, yeah.
Forgive my unfamiliarity with this specific topic, but like, is there an advantage or disadvantage between having your body essentially make a testosterone, so introducing, the stuff that would cause it to produce that, and just giving your body testosterone?
Yeah, there's pros and cons down both sides. So con for exogenous introduction, right? For the injections, okay, so we'll do pros on the other side. Stimulating testosterone production in your body does not affect the overall levels of production in your body vis-a-vis reduction, right? So when I do an injection of exogenous testosterone, basically my body's receptors say, oh, there's plenty of testosterone, we don't need to make any, right? It's the same sort of situation with serotonin and ecstasy and these sorts of things, right? The more you introduce from an external source, the more your body sits back and goes, well, I don't need to make anything. There's plenty already, right? So your body does decrease its overall production of testosterone using exogenous sources. But once you figure out your levels, once you sort of like, you do injections for a while and your body sort of gets to a point where it's like, this is the minimum amount I'm going to produce, right? And you get your levels balanced and you figure everything out, right? So yes, your body stops producing a certain amount of testosterone. But here's the pro and con sort of situation. The amount that you could increase using endogenous means is significantly less than what you could do using an exogenous means. So you may be able to raise maybe 25 to 50 nanograms per mole of testosterone in your bloodstream of an endogenous source. If you like cleaned up your diet, you did exercise, you refrained from masturbating every day, these sorts of things, right? Like there are strategies that one could employ to increase certain levels.
There's parts of that are easier than others.
Yes. But you're never going to get like a 500 point bump out of that. That's just never going to occur. So for somebody like me, who wanted to go from like 500 to 1200, you can't do that. You just can't. There's no fucking way you're going to pull that. Especially coming up on 40, right? Coming up on middle age, there's just no way to do that naturally. So you're left with one choice. And I mean,
so different situations just call for different,
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't say like, if you're 18, stay the fuck away from this. You have no business doing this sort of thing. I suppose, unless you want to get fucking swole, right? If you want to do cycles, but TRT is not cycles. Like, this isn't gear. This isn't a cycle sort of situation, right? The levels that I'm playing around with are still 1200 is the high watermark for the normal range, right? Like, it is the highest of the normal range, but it is the normal range. Actual like bulking steroid cycles, way beyond that. So, I mean, if you want to do that and you're younger, I would counsel you to see a doctor, and not do that without oversight. But
definitely don't.
That's the only reason you do that. But like, if you're middle-aged, if you're a dude, go fucking see a doctor and get some testosterone. I'm not kidding you. Like, best decision I made this year. Best decision I made this year. Just go fucking find a lifestyle doctor, an anti-aging doctor, or a male, a wellness clinic, or a male health or virility clinic. They're all over the fucking place now. Just tell them you don't get it up in the morning anymore, and you're feeling like you're feeling tired a lot, and you sort of have ennui and lack of motivation. They'll just fucking hand you the testosterone. They'll just hand it to you. Be like, sure, whatever. And so,
if you have good insurance, that definitely, yep.
So, you know, yeah, that's what I did. And yeah, we're still trying to figure out, it really isn't caboose, at least not to, okay, so women need not come in contact with like large amounts of testosterone, especially like transdermal testosterone. Not good. Not a good thing. Unless you're doing FTM sort of stuff, like it can fuck with your world. But as far as if you have been androgenized, if you went through puberty as a male, right? Like that's, if you have been androgenized, then the actual effects of TRT, there is one study that's been widely talked about for a while and then was discounted because it was not done well, where there was some issues where they were like, well, we may have some like heart issues, there may be some cancer issues. We have study after study after study at this point. Basically, it's really good for your fucking health. The truth of the matter is that downstream metabolic effects of testosterone in an androgenized body are plentiful, and it affects a host of systems. And then there's the knock-on effects of them as well. So, sure, your metabolism increases. Sure, your lean muscle increases. Sure, your libido increases. Sure, your motivation increases. Your mood increases. Your cortisol reaction to stress decreases. That means you literally, your body physiologically responds to stress better with increased testosterone levels, right? All of these things start adding up. And now you're more likely to exercise. Now you're more likely to be less stressed. You're more likely to be engaged in activities which provide you a sense of wellness or well-being or wholeness, right? All of these things have life-extending and anti-aging properties unto themselves. All right, so there's a whole host of things that go along with this. Honestly, go see a fucking doctor. If you're a 40-year-old dude, go see a fucking doctor. Talk to him about it.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the only caveat I wanted to add to this story is, like, be 30 plus, right? Like, when you're still in your 20s.
Oh,
generally,
if you're 20,
necessary.
If you're 18 or 20 now, go get your hormone panel done. Go get your hormone panel done now. If you feel great and on top of the world, get your metrics. Hang on to that page, because in 20 years, you're going to want to know what those numbers are so you can return to them. That's it. That's if you have those numbers from when you were 18 or 20, now you have your high water mark. You know what it was. And so when you're 30 or 40, you can be like, all right, so what do I want to shoot for?
Yeah, absolutely. Like right now, I'm 24. I definitely don't need excess testosterone. Like I said, you know, my hairline isn't the best for a 24-year-old. My testosterone is fine as it is. But, you know, having those numbers for later on so that I can, you know, get on top of the world again, essentially, if necessary.
Yeah.
Would be great. So, yeah, I completely agree with you there.
Caboose, if you're only 30, again, go get them tested. Typical range for testosterone is, depending on who's doing the testing, is 250 to 1200. I landed at like 526, which is adequate. But I also remember when I had my testosterone checked when I was 23 or 22 or something like that, my doctor, and this isn't like, There's no ego to this, honestly. I asked my doctor about it, and he said he looked at me across from his desk and he said, "If I had to describe it to you, I would tell you you're a stud." I don't I don't know what the number was, but I know at age, at coming up on 40, I'm in the middle of the pack as far as my testosterone levels go. But that's not where they used to be. Right, so that's why I'm shooting for the high end of the range. I'm shooting for 1200, and that's where I want to be. And yeah. But
I mean, that's why it's good to know where you're coming from.
Yes,
like where you started.
Will TRT dovetail with my buckfist and cocaine regimen? Probably not. No, that's generally, the cocaine's not great for the heart health. Hey, Wither. Caboose, I need some fucking testosterone. I mean, casual. So basically you turn into Captain America. I mean, have you ever met an 18-year-old boy? I mean, this is the truth. Like, okay, yeah. Like, we could play the stereotype and be like, okay, yeah, they're all on their cell phones and shit. But have you met an 18-year-old dude? Right? Like, is there anything they can't do? Like, legitimately. If they set their minds to it, like, an 18-year-old dude could, whatever, like, scale a mountain tomorrow with no training sort of shit. If they're in even halfway decent shape. It's absurd. You
don't really
face.
have to be into shape. Like when I lived in the UK, I fucking worked at KFC. I ate there most of the time because I didn't have a lot of money. I worked at fucking KFC. So most of the food that I ate was fast food. I didn't really work out or do sports. I was still able to fucking, when push came to shove, I climbed the wall around the compound to get into my house, right? Like, you can do that sort of thing when you're young.
Love you too, Weather. Lotta, I don't even understand where you're coming from. Like, is this some sort of, like, it seems, I don't know, like, almost like some sort of form of misandry. I don't know where you're coming from on that one. Lotta said, only question is, why would you ever want testosterone? It is poison. But I think this is a point we never agree and never have to. Like,
it is not poison. It is a natural part of your biochemistry. It is something that even as a woman,
you have
like certain amounts, is just necessary for you to exist. It is just straight up not a poison. And in certain medical conditions, you might want more of it or less of it. But
prostate cancer, you crush the fucking numbers. Whiskey, thank you for the fucking 4 months of resub. Thank you kindly. Yeah, by that definition, aren't all hormones poison?
Yeah. Also, RZ, how old are you? You asked me specifically. I'm 24. I recently turned 24, let's be quite honest about that.
That was the most British 4 I've heard in a while. 4.
I don't know, man.
Your accent is fucked, my man. Your accent is fucked.
Look.
Do your fellow country people look at you weird when you talk?
Yes and no. Not in Dutch, because in Dutch I obviously don't have an accent. But when I just switch over to English like that, there's very few people who have the experience living abroad like I do. So for most people, it's like, wait, hold on. His English is like a lot better than ours, but so they get confused at times.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. Hang on, RZ. You got fucking... I was trying to do something else. And forgive me.
Yeah.
There we go.
Do you ever drink Buckfast in Scotland or Ireland? I might have. Honestly, it's years ago at this point. I haven't got a clue, mate. I drank a lot over there. I'll tell you that much.
And I should get a dog? Nah, I'm good. Are there benefits for a guy to have?
We have the fucking capybara here, don't we? We don't need a pupper.
Wither, men do have an endogenous level of estrogen as well. In fact, estradiol is a downstream byproduct of testosterone metabolism. Right, so you actually have to keep an eye on. Estradiol is basically one of the metabolic estrogenic byproducts of the sort of testosterone processes. And it is one of the numbers you monitor, because as you increase your testosterone levels, you can actually cause a cascade effect in which estradiol increases as well. And then you have to use what's referred to as an AR inhibitor or an aromatase inhibitor. And then that squelches or, decreases the amount of estradiol production in your body. Because if you can end up with things like gynecomastia, bitch tits. You can end up with gynecomastia and those sorts of effects as a sort of side effect of it. Would I have a capybara if it came out? They were recommended as good pets. No. No. These days, probably not. I don't want to own a pet. I've had pets. I don't want to own a pet at this point in my life. Especially in the desert where I live now, which is kind of fucking miserable in the summer for animals. No, probably not. Maybe if I, relocated, like if I moved to the Bahamas or Vermont, I'd consider getting a dog, but not here. Not here.
Yeah. And to like anybody who's listening, if you're gonna get a pet, try and get a rescue. Like,
don't get a fucking breeder. What are the social views of a typical anarchist? I mean, there is no such thing as really a typical anarchist. Chicken
oxymoron, if I ever heard it.
Yeah. RZ, I spend a lot of time in the Caribbean. Puerto Rico and Dominica are my two mainstays, but I spend a lot of time in the Caribbean. Social views of a typical anarchist. I mean, it depends what type of anarchist you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a mutualist, the two major divisions within the anarchist milieu would be the mutualist versus the individualists. So it sort of depends as to what type of anarchist you may be dealing with within those two major divisions. If you're dealing with mutualists, typical social views are heavy on social welfare. I suppose the one abstraction I can give you that is probably universal across the board is a general distrust of hierarchies and a dislike for authoritative systems such as state, police, military, legal structure, that sort of thing. So hierarchical, what is seen as unjust hierarchical power structures generally are frowned upon heavily by anarchists, no matter what camp they are in. The degree to which they engage in mutual aid work will be determined by whether they're more like in the Proudhon versus Stirner camp. Did I mishear something? What's the cause of my moobs besides fat? Karina, estradiol usually is, your moobs, if they are hormonal, would probably be trackable to either thyroid estradiol production, or some imbalance within your endocrinological panel, so hormone panel. But they also could just be because you smoke a lot of weed and don't exercise enough. There's
lots of things that play into that. Like, the hormone balance of the human body is fucking complicated at the best of times. Some of the people watching might know, like, I'm a vegan myself. I eat a lot of soy and that sort of thing. But I also went to like a proper dietitian and looked into, the effects of that. And very common things like, oh, soy boy, you get bitch tits. And, there's a lot of phytoestrogen in soy and that sort of thing, yada, yada, yada. Here's the thing, though. Phytoestrogen isn't estrogen. it binds to the same receptors, but it doesn't actually do the same things. So in fact, it kind of reduces the estrogen your body makes inadvertently, and it's something you have to compensate for. And there's stuff like that that's like very, very complicated. And it's really, with those things, I would generally say that it's best to just look into your food, like your eating habits and that sort of thing. Usually that has the biggest impact, but it can be so many different things.
Yeah,
like
you need to work up.
Yeah. It's not a simple thing, right? Like, it's a complicated structure of multiple things.
It's almost like, if you want to argue for intelligent design, then you're going to have to argue the intelligent part more than the designed part, frankly.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, I always love that part of the fucking intelligent design argument with fucking with theists, is like, oh, you think there's intelligence behind this, do you? This is such a shitty piece of design work. Your omnipotent being created this. We can design better than this at this point. Like, this is like D- work.
Yeah, no, honestly. Like, why do we have an appendix? It does fuck all except, like, get really, really fucked up every now and then.
Yeah, exactly. Why do octopuses have better eyes? Okay, so let me rephrase that. What are my social views? Well, I mean, that's kind of a big question. You'd have to
we could fill a stream with that.
Yeah, I mean, we probably have. There's 282 episodes of Proudly Radical between podcasts and YouTube available. Then there's the previous podcasts, and then there's my essays. So feel free.
And then you'd be about halfway there.
Yeah. So feel free. But yeah, if you want to ask more specific and pointed questions in that regard, by all means. Does distrust equal abolition? It can. Again, here's what you need to understand, Chicken. I'll give you Emma Goldman for this one. There is no perfect anarchist utopia, because anarchism isn't a monolithic philosophy. There is no perfect expression of it. It's a network of ideas, and we much prefer it that way. Right? So anarchism is about maximizing individual autonomy while balancing that against the freedoms and liberties of others, so that you do not negatively impact them in your pursuit of individual autonomy. Right? It's a balancing game. But it is focused at that core element on the individual autonomy. So understanding that it is about the individual at the end of the day, even if it is towards the betterment of the collective, see mutualism, see Proudhon for that sort of thing. It starts at that core unit. It starts at the nodal element of the individual human being, right? If a Ramsey and I better ourselves, then a Ramsey and I can better work as a collective, right? Like if we lift each other up, we can do more together. And that's sort of a core philosophy behind anarchism. But a Ramsey's praxis, a Ramsey's direct action, a Ramsey's prescription for a Ramsey self and mine can be different. What I need and what a Ramsey needs...
They can be very different. They usually are.
Yeah, are two entirely different things. So, yeah, there is no blanket statement for these sorts of things. But as far as does distrust equal abolition, or does it mean reform until you can get to a trusting position? Again, it depends who you speak to. Emma Goldman would be yelling about the reform position already. She'd be taking your head off. There's insurrectionists, there's revolutionaries, there's reformists, there's incrementalists, there's what's referred to as, by my own creation of terminology, Thucydian incrementalism. Right, it's a giant field of philosophies and ideas and experiences and praxis and direct action, and there's so many anarchists, and there's different praxis for different places as well. An anarchist in New York City will engage in different things out of necessity compared to an anarchist in, say, Korea, right? Like, these are two entirely different need sets. So, yeah, it's just sort of, there you go.
Like, wherever you are, what your current situation in that place is, plays a massive role, usually. And, another thing, like, anarchism really fundamentally is just, or at least the way I see it, is democracy taken to its extreme, right? Every individual really, is just part of the whole. But that also means that when you consider democracy, the simple, like, arguments you have with people and the disagreements, they're kind of inherent to anarchism. It's not a monolith. It's simply the freedom of everyone to have their own position and ideas. And, you'd have disagreements about that sort of thing. So any kind of way to look at it as some sort of monolith, I think simply can't be done, really.
No, it truly isn't. That's why I love Emma for that that quote. Let's see. If you can't get into a trusting position, what would be your replace solutions to things like, oh, that's okay. So yeah, if you want to break some of these if you want to break some of these into like subsequent questions, by all means. Chicken, I was just being smarmy. There is no need for you to go back and listen to the podcasts. If you have questions, by all means ask them. I'm happy to answer them. I'm happy to educate. And even if it's something we've covered 1,000 times over, we'll revisit it. Or we've got links and commands and shit in chat to catch people up to speed really quickly. But no, you're not being annoying. That's very much what I do. It's a part of my practice to engage with people who have no experience, or even a negative experience with anarchism, right? Yeah, don't feel that I'm not giving you homework by any means. Yeah, ask away, mama. Hey, Zippy. I would like to fire the architect of the spine. Thank you. Yeah, Karina's got spine stuff. Wither asked a while ago, can your body change what a chemical is used for? I mean, there's not in the way you're asking that, but yeah. Your body very much can repurpose things. Protein synthesis is a classic example of this. Your body can take a protein, snap it apart into its constituent amino acid components, reassemble them into different protein structures, and use that. All right, your body's a master of repurposing compounds, for sure. All right, so... All right, what was Rev? Now I'm thinking of it. Why the fuck do we get ingrown toenails? That's some devious sadism. Yeah. I don't suffer from the ingrown toenail thing. Like, I can... like how you're supposed to like do the straight cut across your toenails or something like that. Like I can do curved into it. Like I don't have ingrown toenail problems. But I do have a Morton's neuroma between my third and fourth metatarsals on my foot, which is a pain in the ass. It's a sort of, it's scar tissue basically. The nerve run in your foot actually goes between two ligament structures. And so as you flex your foot, it's constantly rubbing on this nerve. And eventually it ends up callousing. It creates extra structure here. And that becomes very irritated. So yeah, I have an amazing podiatrist. She just goes in with a fucking neurolytic injection. So alcohol. It's ethanol. She just goes in with a neurolytic injection just right into the nerve and fucking shoots it up and kills it off. Series of injections over months doing that. But yeah, that's my foot issue.
Geez, sounds intense.
Yeah, fucking... once had someone seriously denounce majority rule to me. I was flabbergasted. I mean, I get it. Let's see. Hey, thank you, Sleep Easy.
I mean, about majority rule, like in some cases that can be difficult, right? If you have a minority population that's suppressed, technically that's majority rule. There's definitely ways you have to go about that to make that work out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's why I'm an advocate for consensus decision making, at the very least, approval voting.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'd like to execute the architect of the human brain. My dad's back in the hospital with issues with his schizophrenia. Zippy, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're dealing with it well. It sounds like it's probably not your first rodeo. But I hope everything's as well as it can be.
Yeah, the same.
Yeah. Sleep Easy. I have an anarchism versus communism question. Would indigenous peoples have have had what is considered an anarchistic or communistic society? Probably it would be more. Okay, so one, there's a distinction that political scientists and anarchists make. There's anarchy, anarchism, and anarchists. All right. So anarchists practice anarchism. Anarchy is things like indigenous communities, right? It predates the theory, but it's still the same. It's still in the same vein. It's still utilizing the same principles. It's just not academically formalized, as it were.
It's partially academically formalized and partially what was it called, industrialized as well. I think that played a part in that, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things have at this point, and I mean, this is one of the few fields that still is evolving. Like, I mean, post-anarchism and post-left anarchism are within the last 3 decades development, right? Like, it's still being the anarchistic philosophy is still being created and developed, whereas like Marxism is dead. It's just the same shit over and over again still. Like, nobody's...
Marxism is a history you're studying. Anarchism, or at least post-anarchism and stuff like that, you can be a part of in a way.
Yeah. So I would say indigenous communities are, depending on the indigenous community, because remember, indigenous communities aren't a monolith. Yeah, there isn't one like, and the indigenous community is sort of situation, right? There was theocratic rule, there was monarchistic rule, there was anarchistic rule, there was there was maternal rule versus paternal rule. It's a wide and varied arena, but they are largely defined as communitarian and or gift economies in combination with what would be defined as proto-anarchism or anarchy. But it just depends whose tribe you're talking about, for sure.
Yeah, it is not very much... Like, if you're more familiar with European history, right? It is not unlike, say, that Venice has been a republic for a very long time, whereas, other parts of Europe were kingdoms and duchies and stuff like that. There were different systems for different people. That's no different from indigenous people or tribes, etc.
Elliot, thank you for giving me Daddy Bezos's Warbucks. Thank you for the Prime resub.
Daddy Bezos' Warbucks. I've not heard that one before.
It's on the fly. And as for the take of monarchy is a result of anarchism, I mean, RZ, I'm gonna say this as gentle as I can. I have a sound clip.
It's important to remember one thing. You're wrong.
There you go. No. Monarchism is not a result of anarchism. That's just not a thing.
It's not how that works, right? Like,
let's see. Yeah. You want to? Oh, yeah. RV. Rev. Sorry, not RV. Rev, I need to read up on the Iroquois Great Wall of Peace. We basically, the Iroquois Confederacy, the Iroquois League, is a system of federated nation states that come together in a federalist style government. You may recognize it as being the blueprint for the United States. We did just straight whole cloth rip it off.
Yeah, the US is like the Netherlands and the Iroquois kind of smashed together uncomfortably.
Yeah, there's a few that were just like, oh, that's a good idea. Thanks. We'll be taking that. So yeah.
With very little rhyme or reason.
It sounds familiar, but the Roman Senate and the Judeo-Christian values. Sarcasm. RV, yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. We got RV, RZ, and Rev. Okay, so apparently I'm going to love this. In astrology, anarchy is ruled by the same axis that monarchy is ruled by. All right, again, this is already... It's the other side of the same coin in that view. One king versus all king. Astrology doesn't understand anarchism. That's what I just learned. Astrologers don't understand. Apparently there's not many anarchist astrologers. This is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, no, like I don't mean to offend anybody who's listening right now, but I fucking hate astrology. I swear it's so there's a couple of people in my direct area that take it too seriously as far as I'm concerned, and fuck me, that shit gets
Zippy, look, Zippy, I disagree, but I will never, like, you do you, boo. Right? I love hearing about it. Yeah. I really do. I will never agree.
We still use our brains.
So, yeah. Jeez, what time is it for you, Ramsey? It's got to be like 2, 3, something by now.
I wish. It's 4:16.
Oh, you know, off technically by an hour and 16.
Yeah. You're not that far off.
Fucking. The fact that the American even knows the realm of the time zone.
Oh, I know. I was on Cat. I was talking with Cat earlier, and he was like nowhere near as close.
Yeah. What are you, like? I don't know. Fucking like 2 hours ahead of me. Oh, fucking, I grew up around the crystal spiritualism stuff. Bothers the hot message, Rev. Fair enough, Rev. Oh, go ahead. We'll all be chiefs. So, yeah. That reminds me. So keeping track of the Black Hammer stuff earlier today. Fucking, because people send me things. So according to these Black Hammer fucking idiots, and I'm done pulling punches with this shit. They're dangerous. They're dangerous grifters, right? Like, just take the money and fuck off already before you end up like Jonestowning some people, right? Like, just fuck off with the money already. End the grift. But one of their fucking their Twitty Landback, yes, exactly, Cassie. Landback. I wasn't saying land back enough. Their fucking stupid ass Twitter account, whoever is in charge of that, whatever fucking wannabe Joker idiot, put this into, they said this, right? Like, this is in my head now. This is a thing that's gonna have to be in your head now too. All right. So these fuckers actually are arguing this, that anti-Semitism is a tool of the Jews to oppress people of color.
What?
Feel free to have your strokes now, right? That aneurysm, if the blood vessel is going to burst, just let it burst now. Go ahead and just slip into the abyss because there's no use trying to figure this shit out. Yes, they fucking tweeted this shit out. Anti-Semitism is just a tool to keep Jews from getting principled criticism and understanding their material reality to the world instead of helping people of color. I'm sorry, did you just make the argument that anti-Semitism is a tool of the Jews to oppress black people?
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that is...
These people are fucking stupid. This is why we're all just hoping they're grifters and they fuck off already. Like, just take the money and go away. Because if you're not a grifter, holy shit are you people stupid and toxic.
I mean, they're toxic either way, let's be fair, but... Oh my god.
Oh, sleep easy. Other than the render unto Caesar comment, he was mostly, like, sort of communistic. Like, definitely proto-communism. Not very much about classes. You know, the divine king, the king of kings himself would wash the feet of a beggar or a prostitute. Like, it did very much class disillusion, shared communal resources, telling people to sell off their assets, give them to the communal group to lift up the poorest of the poor, access to the means of production and resources for all. Yeah, Jesus is to like proto-communism territory.
Jesus also just, he basically said, your things on Earth, they didn't matter, right? That's the whole shtick. You're gonna get the stuff afterwards. So just give it to people who need it more than you. Make them, have a better time. That was the whole kind of deal with the guy. Fairly anti-authoritarian as well. The whole thing with rich people will have a very difficult time getting into heaven,
yep.
All that.
I really need to know how many people agree with Black Hammer's take. They've raised like a few tens of thousands of dollars towards their goal now, Elliot.
I've only caught this from the very peripheral of my vision the entire time, and it's been confusing nonetheless.
They're black. They're okay. So I don't know if I'm allowed to use this word or not. To be perfectly honest, I checked with my boyfriend. I've asked. Nobody seems to have a distinct answer for me. But generally speaking, they're described as hoteps. Basically, they're black Hebrew Israelites with a black nat mix, right? Like this is the black nats.
The black nationalists who also do the religion stuff.
Yeah,
mixed in.
Right.
Okay.
Hey, you're welcome, Sleep Easy. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're in that camp. Yes, Elliot, that's them. Oh, does Mel think they're based by any chance? I'm sure Mel does. That seems like this. I mean, given Mel's reputation for believing in absolutely, God, I wish I could say. I just want to say the R word. I just want to say the R word. This is where this word shines. I'm sorry. Like I would never use it for somebody with, a mental disability or anything like that. But we need this word back for these very sort of circumstances when this sort of stupid ass shit starts happening. Like,
yeah, no.
We need a heavy word. And
holy crap.
They're segregationist. They're separatist. They believe that that white people are inferior. They believe that the only way for people of color to make any gains in this world is to have their own, their own land and communes. They have co-opted an indigenous movement called the Land Back Movement. They use terminology. They're all chiefs, by the way. They all refer to each other as chief, which is, a formalized term within indigenous communities that actually means fucking something. The Land Back Movement is a real indigenous movement. They literally use it as a verbal tick. I'm not fucking joking here. They say land back every 3 sentences. It's a punctuation for them. Just land back. And anyway, we're having a conversation at land back. it's like a verbal tick for them. So they've co-opted indigenous communities' actual like reparations movement for themselves, while having no indigenous people within their fucking movement or their board or whatever the fuck they are. They unironically make like Joker, we live in a society fucking, like Joker makeup, we live in a society fucking videos. They claim that they're gonna fucking buy 200 acres, though the land on the Continental Divide in Colorado, above the, like, in Chaparral, so like high desert. None of them have any survival experience or, like, you know, rural living experience to fall back on in this regard, and this is one of the hardest areas in the country to do that in. The whole thing is just fucking stupid. So
it's so insane. I mean, this whole Mel, like,
oh yes,
to
and
me,
yes,
she
RV
kind of came out of nowhere. Personally, it's hard for me to express just how, like you said, we need a word for this, because it's insane what you know, she and the people around her believe. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
Caboose. Yeah. If they released a 2-hour video, we would watch it for Bad Movie Night. And Duffy let him go up there. The problem will fix himself. That's the problem. Is if they go up there. So, like, one of three things is going to happen. One, we spend taxpayer-wise $750,000 airlifting their collective dumbasses out of there in, like, mild winter, like the first cold snap of the winter. We'll have to airlift their dumbasses out of there. That sort of situation, right?
There'll be like 5 left.
Yeah, like this is best case. Second case, as far as I can see it, based off of their Zoom meeting and their rhetoric, and what Rabbit also watched it and live tweeted it and extrapolated, and what we can sort of see, one of the sneaking suspicions is that there's some fucked up weird cult shit going on there. Like, Rabbit was of the opinion that don't try and, like, have a spouse or a partner if you join this group. Like, this is the sort of situation where if the leader finds your partner attractive, monogamy is colonizer and toxic individuality mentality. And so it's like that. So the second option that I see as potential is, like, in 2 or 3 years, we'll find out they're keeping white women in cages as brood mares or some weird shit like that, right? Like some sex cult shit. And then the third option is they go full Waco. They'll go full Branch Davidian and or Jonestown. So the best case scenario, as far as Black Hammer is concerned, it's a grift. Just take the money and fuck off already. Yeah, that's best case scenario.
It feels weird to be rooting for that, but
yeah,
that's where I'm at probably.
Boss, it's pushed differently. Like, I'm pushing, normally it would be the other direction. So today it's styled a little bit differently, but yeah, I did trim up the sides a couple of days ago.
I'm gonna keep repeating myself. It looks fucking great.
Thank you. Land back, yes, exactly, land back. Legitimately, land back. It's a fucking verbal tick for him at this point. Thank you, boss. I think that short video I saw checked all 4 points on the bite model. Land back. Yeah, so that's sort of them. Thank you, Zippy. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, definitely behavior control. Or they die on the hill for this, but no Waco, just good old cold. Well, that's the thing. We'll fucking end up having to salvage their dumbasses out of there with a fucking helicopter.
I'm more confident I'd make it in that situation than most of them.
I know I can. I grew up. They're all fucking they're all like suburban and inner city, and some of them are Trustafarians. And you know, it's like, oh, so you're like middle class, upper middle class, suburban upbringing. Like, are you shitting me? Like, do you know what it takes?
What are you gonna do? Like,
Yeah.
you know, push comes to shove, I can build a log cabin. I've done
Cave.
You know, I've done woodworking, blacksmithing, that sort of thing. I'd be fine. What the fuck have you done?
Toku, no, there's no. Well, I mean, there may be a couple in here. I can't rein that in. Cave's fucking with you though. And no, generally speaking, the channel practice is fuck off with oppressive and dictatorial and controlling sort of bullshit, right? Like, no, there's no anti-Semites in here. But that doesn't mean we don't criticize the state of Israel either. You can criticize Israel and not be against Jewish people, right? Like, you can criticize Palestine and not be against Palestinians. You can criticize China and not hate Chinese people, right? This is
like,
yeah.
No Asian racism is required in being disgusted by Chinese authoritarianism, and this goes for everything.
Yeah. So we will have well, I'm not will or shall, right? But we can have nuanced adult-like discussions about things that sometimes can make certain people feel uncomfortable because they're, you know, it's very much a black and white world for some people, but the world is a series of grays. So as long as you can handle adult conversation about adult topics, then fine. But no.
The thing I've ran into most personally is just like the people who, China, for example, and the Uyghur genocide and that sort of thing, right? You know, it's relatively controversial. And there's a lot of people who are either like, China is fine, have you looked at the US lately? Or they're like, you know, China's fucking awful, and that's it. Whereas I'm more in a position of like, no, they're both shit. Like, you know, the US is awful and doing imperialist things, and so is China, and it shouldn't be a difficult thing or impossible to condemn both for the horrible things that they do. And, you know, that's just an example. You don't have to pick sides in these things, especially if you're more, you know, anarchistically inclined.
That's one of the perks. That's one of the perks of being an anarchist. I don't believe in nation states and borders, so why should I give a shit if it's China or us or France or Australia? Like, all I care about is whether there's oppression or, you know, wrongdoing or crimes against humanity. I don't really give a shit what the aesthetics of the region are. I care about the oppression.
Let's just improve people's well-being,
yeah,
you know?
Yeah, if whether it's us doing it on the southern border or China doing it for the against the Uyghurs, or the British against the Irish for like 800 fucking years, you know, I don't really give a shit.
Mean,
I'm gonna criticize.
They're still doing it. Yeah. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they are. I mean, that's that, and the arguments should be like, hey, no, fuck that behavior, right? Like, that's, you know, like, again, this is one of the perks of being an anarchist, though, is I you know, that there is no, like, stay in your lane. There's no lane to fucking stay in. I'm a member of the human species, and I was born onto the planet Earth, right? Like that's it.
Fuck people who are fucking oppressing and being awful to other people. That's it. Whether that's China, whether that's fucking Israel, whether that's the US, whether that's the Netherlands, whether that's Germany, it doesn't fucking matter. If there's people being awful pieces of shit and oppressing other people or whatever, fuck them.
Cave. I swear to God, Cave. That was such a fucking bad pun. I just looked at it.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. Yeah, no, fucking Estrella. I talked about that earlier, actually. That's how we ended up back on Black Hammer. It's because I fucking talked about how they were saying that anti-Semitism is a tool of the Jews to oppress fucking black people, basically. Which is the craziest fucking shit I've heard for a while. Every time I say weather, Wither looks up. Fair enough. Fair enough, Wither. Well,
Sorry, Wither.
well, whether Wither looks up or not is that. So yeah. Let's see. Fuck everyone that isn't a Scorpio, says Elliot.
Okay,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I swear.
Yeah, no, they're RZ. Black Hammer fucking they're authoritarian and they're like seriously have some fucked up fascist leanings. Like there are some takes coming out of that organization. Let's just say if they ended up killing some Jews in the streets, I wouldn't be shocked. That organization has some very problematic people and takes.
Yeah, from what I can tell, they're just, and you know, take me with a grain of salt. in
Bye,
this,
Caboose.
but
Bye,
From
Karina.
what I can tell, they're black fascists or nationalists.
Oh yeah, they're most assuredly black Nats. But yeah.
Like that's the best case scenario, but black fascist is kind of the vibe I'm getting from them.
I mean, when you start talking about how anti-Semitism is a tool of the Jews to oppress people of color,
Yeah.
you've probably crossed the line. Yeah. But yeah, bye Karina, bye Caboose. Enjoy your D&D session, and to whoever said I forget who it was who earlier was complimenting the bot. Thank you. It is a self-hosted bot.
Oh shit! Caboose and Karina are gonna have D&D. Have a good time.
Yeah,
Hell
yeah. They're member. They know each other like in real life.
Hey.
And so yeah, they have a shared D&D game.
I kind of gathered as much from Discord.
Yeah. Yes, Australia.
But,
Real life
you
people
know.
do exist. Oh yeah. It's not that simple. There you
Real
go.
life people do exist. Are we sure about that, Kai?
Yes, I am at least. Yeah. So I just fucking I swear to God, these I don't. I can't imagine occupying that headspace. I asked. Okay, Gringo. I haven't been ignoring you. I've been seeing what you were saying. Yeah. Should be bo. I saw what you were saying. Could you? I mean, I'm not a debate bro. Like, I mean, feel free to send them my way, but I mean, all I'm gonna tell an ANCAP is that anarcho-capitalism isn't a thing, right? Like, I'm gonna give them the
It's
spiel.
neo-feudalism.
Yeah, it's just
like-
not a thing.
Yeah, I would accept being your debate bro guard dog, but it's especially with the ANCAPs, it's not that interesting. Here's the thing: capitalism inherently, it's really simple. Inherently, is a hierarchy based on how much money you have. That's capitalism. Right?
Oh, I saw this.
So-
Cave, I saw this. Yeah. I completely saw this a couple of days ago. It is one of the most, like, just as an anarchist, just like facepalm shit. Let's go through this. So Anarchist Federation, Anarchist Fed on Twitter, talking about how socialism and anarchism are interwoven. And they have a shared root, and to many they are one, the same, inherently woven together. And then it's a quote by Bakunin. And then fucking this idiot. Lol. Name an ideology that has had less success than anarchism. It's just blowing up shit for the giggles. There's a reason that no one wants you anywhere near power. Federation comes back. Bless you. You were so factually inaccurate, and instead of developing your opinion based on new information, you had to jump into the talking points of the 1920s. Oh my. You have zero idea what anarchism is. You don't have to like it, but at least base your opinion on fact. This fucking idiot comes back with, okay, name one anarchist party that's won an election. And that, folks, is why sometimes we just choose not to we choose not to speak to some people. There's no conversation to be had there.
If you really want an example, Politieke Partij Radicale, or Political Party of Radicals, and the Pacifistisch Socialistische Partij, or Pacifist Socialist Party in the Netherlands, both have had success electorally coming from mostly anarchist frameworks, either being completely anti-war or literally calling themselves radicals and basically just going, hey, we should do more anarchism, you know, we should stop these laws that stop anarchism from happening. Like, they've had electoral success over here. So if you actually want an example, there you go.
There you go. Man. That's what I wanted. All right. And do I have, where's Adam? There it is. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's a shame. All right. Well, my fucking editor. I was gonna try and get quick access to something. So I wanted to check something, but
your editor as in a person or
no,
a program?
no, a program.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted Adam, if you happen to know that sort of thing. Let's see. Damn it, close.
This is one of these things where I'm like, yes and no. Like, I kind of know, but I've never worked in that direction. Like, I've heard of it more so.
There we go.
Palestinians can even lease these force cutters for boat. Da-da-da-da. Jeez. That's depressing as shit.
What is depressing as shit?
Some dump in your chat.
Oh. Oh. Why is that not? I swear to Jesus. Dower. All right. Anyway.
You shoot down a boat, you sink it, rabbit. Rabbit wombat. It's really not that difficult.
Gringo. I mean, look, I'll talk to the guy. Like that's the only thing I'm willing to say, right? Like, I'm willing to talk to the guy.
Depending on the person, it might be fun.
Yeah. What? Like, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying, like, you know.
Yeah. You're more the Chud Whisperer than the debate bro.
I need to forgive me. I'm doing something right now, though. So
Yeah, that does much.
bear with me, folks. There we go. All right. Now, actually, fucking maybe have this. It's been a while since I logged into this shit.
I really needed like third monitor.
I need a fourth.
Yeah, I know the fucking feeling, man. When I got my second, I was like, this is amazing. This is the best. And I'm like, I need a third. And I could see me having the exact same conversation with, well, me in like a year's time. Like, I need a fourth.
Yeah, I mean that's the that's the only way to go, quite frankly.
Yeah.
All right, so there's that folder, and yeah, just click that.
I always think this conversation with these feudalists is going to be interesting. I never learned my lesson. Same sourcing support. Same. I keep making this mistake, like, ooh, maybe they'll have an interesting argument this time. They never do.
Got it. Okay, so strongly agree. I'm just gonna speed run this really quickly and see if I can find a fucking thing here. Because whoever said that, I think, is wrong. But I need to very quickly log in and check my source code. And I just need to check the results. But, alright, so developer tools. Where's my ideologies? JavaScript. So I'm going to need whoever fucking said that there's an ANCAP result on my 8 values to return an ANCAP result on my 8 values.
I just know that I haven't hit it. You know, you and me, we disagree on a lot of things, but I didn't get the ANCAP result.
Hey, Flywing. Yeah, so I'm like ANCOM, Libertarian Com, Trotsky, Marx, Delanism, Leninism, Stalinism, Maoism, religious communism, state socialism, theocratic socialism, religious socialism, democratic socialism, revolutionary socialism, libertarian socialism, anarcho-syndicalism, left-wing populism, theocratic distributism, social liberalism, Christian democracy, social democracy, progressivism, anarcho-mutualism, national totalitarianism, global totalitarianism, technocracy, centrist, liberalism, religious anarchism, right-wing populism, moderate conservatism, reactionary, social libertarianism, anarcho-egoism, Nazism, autocracy, fascism, capitalist fascism, conservative neoliberalism, classical liberalism, authoritarian capitalism, state capitalism, neoconservatism, fundamentalism, libertarian capitalism, market anarchism, objectivism, totalitarian capitalism, and ultra-capitalism. And that is straight out of my source code. So yeah, that one.
I didn't hear any neo-feudalism. How many different potential results are there? I think he just listed all of them. Cassidy?
51. 51 potentials. That's literally objectivism. I mean, you could call that, I suppose, anarcho-communism, but that's objectivism. So,
how do you get 100% on anything?
You don't.
Like I've done plenty of these. I've never hit 100%.
Which is one of the reasons that I retooled it as an anarchist, because that was literally the civil axis. The only way to achieve anarchist on the civil axis of the default 8 value system is to achieve 100%.
Yeah.
I was like, and that's just
like it's pretty much impossible.
yeah, it's unrealistic.
Yeah.
Um,
I remember sending this to you. I hit a narco-communist with, more of the liberty axis than the communist axis. Let's put it that way.
Wither, objectivism is Randianism. You've heard us talk about Ayn Rand, the fountainhead. Okay, so Ayn Rand is objectivism. Randian objectivism is generally how it's referred to. But yeah, that's what that is.
Cat was like trolling me earlier. He was like, "Oh, I'll give you a Rand quote," and I was like, "You'd better off be giving me like a fucking what's his face Sterner quote than a Rand quote." Jesus.
Did I just? There we go. Is that? No, that was last year. Flywing. No. I mean, I know of one from the December of last year. Throw me a link, Flywing. Throw me a link. Now, Rand defended a bunch of fucking terrible shit. Never read Rand, but I played BioShock. Well, then you've read Rand. No worries.
Keep it that way.
Wither, Ayn Rand. There you go. Yeah, you can do your own reading, but yeah, that's Ayn Rand. She was a piece of fucking work. Let's just put it that way. She's basically like the queen of like lift yourself up by your own bootstraps rhetoric. Meanwhile, she died on like welfare and social security. So
she talks the talk, but doesn't walk the walk.
yeah, she a bit of a bitch.
Fuck her. Oh, fuck me.
Hey, that's my girl boss. Oh, Jesus. The only thing I know about Ayn Rand is that Ted Cruz and Paul Ryan like her a lot. Zippy. She's a cunt. She's a cunt. There's just no way around this. She's a cunt. She wrote a bunch of books basically that are the equivalent of rich people. You remember that kid in like at the playground or in the sandbox or like you used to play with that you did something they didn't like and they literally throw a hissy fit and like grab their toy and go home. Like, this is my toy and I'm leaving, right? She wrote a bunch of books that basically formalized that ideology within a fictional space. It is like the libertarian manual, if there ever was one. It's a bunch of fictionalized stories about rich people taking their toys and going home, setting up isolated communities and withdrawing their resources from an ungrateful, leech-like, blood-sucking society who doesn't appreciate them and all that they do for for those poor people and shit like that. It's just awful fucking and great. And by the way, just not good writing too. Not great writing. But yeah.
As somebody who is dyslexic and who's actually tried to get into this sort of thing, it's fucking hard to read. Like it's. I've read quite a bit because I think it's important. But it's a pain in the ass. She writes like shite, to be honest.
No, it's true. Yeah, that's the greater sin, really, at the end of the day, right? It's sure she's a shit hypocrite and has a horrible ideology, but she's an author. The greater sin is that she writes shit books. Yeah, so it was Atlas Shrugged. Yeah, Fountainhead, Atlas Shrugged. There was a fucking another one. I always forget. Yeah, some early stuff, like her early fiction. Fuck her though. I read all of her books in my chud years. Sourcing. I'm sorry. Great description of Ayn Rand coming from an ex-Randian. She's a hypocritical bitch who argued for everybody, all the poor people, to lift themselves up by their bootstraps. Meanwhile, the bitch died on Social Security and welfare. Like, shut the fuck up.
I mean, playing advocate of the devil, the kind of way she approached the world, it's not out of character to take advantage of that system if it exists.
No, it isn't. I will grant you that. Yes, it was well within her character to do so. Was that character a fucking hypocritical cunt? Yes. Was it out of character for her to do it? No. So yeah, not a fan.
Me either. I've read a lot of different things, and there have been some leftist writers that I found difficult to get through. Like, it was an absolute plow, but Rand definitely is one of the people that I started reading, and I was like, oh fuck, I shouldn't have done this. This is fucking awful, and I already know I don't agree with this.
Hey, cheers you as well. Zippy, I sliced the shit out of the end of my thumb on a pair of scissors. My scissors are very sharp. And so yeah, I unwittingly grazed a pair of my scissors and sliced the ever-loving fuck out of the tip of my thumb. So yeah, it's fine though. Thank you for the concern, though. Yes, exactly, Cassidy. Cassie, Japanese steel. Yeah, the scissors that I sliced my thumb on, Japanese steel. Yeah.
Hold it a million times.
Yeah, they were not dull. Let's just put it that way. Oh yeah, Candace Owens would be a fan of Ayn Rand.
Writer. Sorry.
For sure they would be. She would be. Now I'm jealous, says Cassidy. Also, Cassidy, come on by. I'll give you a pair. I've got two of them. I'll give you one. You want to train a sativa-dominant cannabis plant to grow like a bonsai. Well, that is a viable and worthwhile hobby.
It is also possible.
Oh yeah,
and it looks quite good.
Yeah, I hope you have pictures when you do it.
Interesting plant to have as a bonsai.
Yeah, I want to see your progress. I would be interested. But the yield, says Rev. Okay, so what's going on in chat? Somebody want to catch me up? Like, somebody give Kai the cliff notes, please, and thank you.
Did we miss a lot?
Yeah. Basically, there's like some back and forth happening here between chat and. Oh, Palestine or Israel, who's bad? I mean, they've both done reprehensible things in the, in their history, but Israel is an apartheid state, and the Palestinians are getting the short end of that stick for sure.
Generally speaking,
yeah,
both bad. Israel the worst. If that's the shorthand, like, I'm fairly comfortable.
Genociding Palestinians bad, but. Violent acts against random citizens, not a great look either.
Exactly.
But these are not equivalent things either. Don't think I'm saying both sides are equal in this matter, but they both done some pretty fucked up things over the years for sure. But Israel is an apartheid state.
Yeah.
So, Rev, I blame the Testament. I said it Monday. I think it was on Monday stream. I said if I were dictator of the world for 24 hours, one of the first things I'd do is I would kick everybody out of like Jerusalem. Everybody.
Just everybody.
Everybody. No more. No more. It's just like children who can't share their toys, right? You just take the toys. That's it. You could not get along. You could not share the toy. So the parent comes along and takes the fucking toy. All right. Like you clearly, you cannot behave yourselves in this region because you all think it's fucking magic or something. So no more. No more. Yeah.
You're just taking the G.I. Joe, the Superman toy away from the kids.
Yeah, basically. It's like, sorry, you can't play with it without harming others, then you don't get to play with it.
I mean, honestly, fair enough.
No more sandbox for you religious kooks. I was supposed to say if you were dictator of the world, the first thing you do is abdicate. Marcus, when we were setting up the hypothetical, it was based off of somebody who said that the first thing they would do if they were dictator of the world is make sure that they get, if they were dictator of the world for 24 hours, the first thing they would do is make sure they get another 24 hours. And I said, in fact, all of my plans for that would include the idea or plan to ensure that I do not get more than 24 hours. But there is some shit that I would do. There is shit like the Middle East to be like, yeah, that just done. New guitar pedal, let's go, says Swamp Fox.
The main thing for me would also just be like people not knowing that I had to be dictator for 24 hours. That's like a very significant part of that, because no matter what the fuck you do, you'd piss people off. Like, either you've done not enough or you've done too much. People would hate the shit out of you. And I am perfectly content being alive.
I'm glad you're enjoying your new guitar pedal, Swamp. Congratulations. Let's see. Any idea how to get cracking noise out of a pedal? Finally got a pedal and it's fucking game changer. No. But I do have a buddy that's active, like literally builds guitars. Guitar Mike. He was in chat on Monday, I believe, maybe. He's a real life buddy. He actually builds fucking guitars. So if you would like, I don't know, like he's on the Discord server. You can send him a message. I think, yeah.
I'm on the Discord as well. I could probably reach people who know a lot about this as well.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, there's options. If you need answers, we can reach out.
Yeah.
I
also do not have the answers. Let me be very clear about that. I haven't got a clue.
RV, just give him a shout out. I mean, come on. Just use the SO command.
Don't be stingy, RV.
There you go. Hey, biddies. Gringo, thank you for the fucking biddies. 1,000 biddies. From a dem sock, says Gringo. Flywing is saying, unplug the device, clean the contacts with rubbing alcohol, plug it back in, and that may. Gringo, Flywing is saying, should fix the problem. I'm couching it with may. And also Cassidy, good job on the order. I responded to your DM, but yeah. And yeah, again, Gringo, thank you kindly for the biddies. As long as they don't say point of privilege, I respect M-Socks. Well, point of privilege, land back. Hang on. I'll be. Hey, Momo. Hashtag land back. Be right back. I'm gonna kick my air conditioning on.
Fuck, I wish I had air conditioning right now.
All right. What do we got? If you've ever read Robert's Rules of Orders, you're not allowed in the space commune. Fucking Rabbit is out. I am out. Momo might be out too. I don't know. Momo, have you read Robert's? Bunch of people who.
Momo's here?
Yeah, Momo's here.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Momo's out too.
Momo in forever.
Yeah, I figured Momo would fucking be out on the on that one as well. Momo said hi. Yeah, how many of you fuckers have read Robert's Rules? Squee! What's up, my man? I would like to take this time to say, what? Freaking 8 months? Let's go! That's all. Thank you for the resub, Squee. Thank you kindly. Oh, we're doing a capitalism. Oh, fucking hey, Ramsey just subbed as well. Thank you, Ramsey.
Hey, I'm here, aren't I?
Shout out, Ramsey. No. It helps if I spell your fucking name right? There we go. I'm pretty sure I fucking nailed that one. Everybody go follow Ramsey if you're not already following Ramsey too. You read
Yes, because I've been streaming that much lately. Fuck.
So yeah, so apparently we're doing a capitalism. So you know, what was the offer I made for the other day? Somebody wanted me to do something. Oh, they wanted me to watch a video. They wanted me to react to something, and I said that we had to do a level 5 hype train for that to happen. If you want a goal to hit, then I'll give you one. It was, yeah, I don't remember what they wanted me to react to, though. Oh, Elon on SNL. That's what it was. You're right, Estrella. It was Elon on SNL. RV gifting, thank you, RV, gifting to Flywing. Estrella, and I stand by it. Yeah, that's what they wanted. Yeah, Momo, I refuse to support this. Yeah, somebody wanted me to react to Elon on SNL, and I was like, somebody asked me like, well, what will it take? I said, level 5 hype train. Finish that, and I'll look at the videos. Oh, good, yeah, McSecular, that one. I remember that one. Did I like the Sorbo show? It was bad. It's just bad. Was it fucking Rev? It was you, wasn't it, Rev? Clearly, by pointing it, by asking. Yeah, I watched it. It's so fucking. It's so on the nose. It was just ridiculous. There's this scene. Okay, so Kevin Sorbo. Do you know who Kevin Sorbo is, Ramsey?
I haven't got a clue.
Hercules.
I'm gonna Google him right this
Hercules. Zippy, thank you for the gift sub. You remember like Xena and Hercules?
I asking me?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. So yeah.
Oh wait, yeah. Okay. I'm with you.
Hercules.
Yeah.
He's a right wing chud. He's dumb as sticks. He's a right winger. Lucy Lawless, who played Xena, makes fun of him on Twitter all the time. She calls him Peanut. Peanut. You know, yeah. Wee baby, you have to remember. Yeah, I know, right? And I don't know if I said it, but Zippy,
Momo,
thank you.
Shut up.
Zippy, thank you for the gift.
I'm perfectly fine.
And so yeah, he's got a show on Blaze TV, which is like RV fucking with the biddies. It looks like you fuckers are trying. Thank you, RV. Yeah, he's got a show on Blaze TV, which is sort of like a joint venture. Glenn Beck of like Fox News conspiracy fame and shit like that, right? It's his fucking channel. And he's got Kevin Sorbo has a sitcom on Blaze TV. And
a sitcom?
Yeah, it's a sitcom. And Rev fucking brings it to my attention, and I fucking watched it. It's just so on the nose. It's ridiculous. Estrella, thank you kindly. What do we, oh, we're doing fucking hype.
Scam train, let's go.
Oh, we're doing another one. Level 2 complete, but we're already pushing it further. Zippy, thank you for the gift sub. So Gringo got one, McSecular got one. I'm pushing that number. Is that like
Guy's never gonna encourage you guys to donate, so you know you should.
Sitcom, he says. Yeah. Thank you for shilling, Ramsey. Yeah, it's like one of the opening scenes is because apparently his son has been kicked out of his son has been expelled from school in like the first episode, and they're homeschooling him, and the wife is sort of this ditzy centrist sort of Democrat-ish sort of person, and she's going through the books and she's trying to like teach him about climate change and shit. Estrella, I'm trying to torture chat. Thank you for the biddies, Estrella. And the son like rattles off some like anti-climate change rhetoric, and like she gets flustered and calls her husband, who is Kevin Sorbo, and so how's the schooling going? It's not going well. He's so smart. Okay, so like literally this is back to back. Like I'm not making something out of this. They literally did a scene where the child is parroting anti-climate change rhetoric that has come from his father to the frustrated mother who is attempting to homeschool him because he's been expelled from school. And she sees this as a mark of intelligence. And the father, who is Kevin Sorbo, sort of has a "that's my boy" moment. That's the opening scene of the very first episode.
Oh no. Fuck. Why is the United States a real place? Jesus Christ.
Probably got kicked out for being a little fascist. I have 32 grams of brown sugar now. I don't know what to make of them. How's it be? Yeah, it's a fucked up show. It's a fucked up show.
Jeez, that sounds awful.
Oh, yeah, Rev, the fucking paint store scene. You're covering up black with white? Oh.
Is it competently shot?
From like a scale of Tommy Wiseau to like, I don't know, let's say Hitchcock or Spielberg or somebody you appreciate, right? Like, take your pick, right?
Yeah.
Kubrick. Let's say from Tommy Wiseau to Kubrick is the scale. It's probably dead in the middle.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't even get that. Because here's the thing. Over here in the Netherlands, like tiny-ass fucking European country, if we have people like this, and they make that sort of nonsense, right? It's a bullshit show. We at least get the Tommy Wiseau shit for that. Like, it's gonna be bad to the point where it's kind of funny to just watch it. You don't even get that. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
It's, I've trust me, I feel, yeah. RV, thank you again thank you for another gift sub. Thank you kindly. Some dumb rocking a sub now. Stray said that she'd love to find out America is an experiment from aliens, and we've all been duped.
That would have been amazing.
And Flywing, yep, no worries. There is a capybara lurk emote on the channel. So since you have a gift sub now, you can or since you have, you have a sub, you can just use the copy emote. Yep, there it is. And you've got 30 seconds left to push it to a new level of hype train.
And you should.
Gamified capitalism. Ain't it a fucking thing? Zippy. Zippy gifted to Heart Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Thank you kindly, Zippy. You want to see the Elon react? Well, you've made it to level. Well, you're on level 4, so you technically have 2 more levels to do for that deal to come to fruition.
Do it.
After away from keyboard, I got to drive the trash out to the cans whilst I'm still sober enough to drive. Papi mi amor. No worries, Flywing. We should get to see 1/3 of the Elon.
No, y'all should just tough up more. Like.
So yeah. Oh, fucking RV. Oh, and it goes to Devil Boy, who stopped in on Monday as well. Who we wished was here on Friday for the degeneracy that we were getting up to. We wanted pictures drawn. Oh, Jesus, RV. Too generous. With another one back to back. Thank you kindly, my man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a pretty bad show. It's pretty corny. And it's so, like I said, it's so on the nose. The opening scene of the very first episode is some like climate change denial shit, and integrated with homeschooling, which is already problematic in America. It's a whole fucking thing. The World According to Something. I forget what the fucking title is. Hey, Zippy, thank you for the biddies. There it is. The World According to Billy Potwin. Yeah, that's the name of the sitcom. The World According to Billy Potwin. The left may have
awful title.
It is, isn't it? Zippy, thank you for those 100 biddies. Here's the description on Blaze TV. The left may have a stranglehold on Hollywood, but Kevin Sorbo is fighting back with his new comedic family sitcom, The World According to Billy Potwin. Sorbo takes a hammer to PC culture, which has infected popular media. Watch as the Potwin family takes a new comedic twist. Sounds hilarious already, doesn't it? A new comedic twist on issues like Antifa, reparations, and politically correct public schools. Subscribe now for future episodes.
Issues like Antifa, whatever shall we do?
It's bad. It's bad. But I'm glad Rev pointed it out to me. The world, according to the 7th century, would be more accurate. Jesus Christ. It's true.
The 4.6 out of 10 on IMDb sounds about right. Like, it's not bad enough to enjoy it.
No, it
from
isn't.
That angle, but it's not. Like, it's not good or actually enjoyable either.
Oh, Jesus, it doesn't even come up. Like, YouTube's got them sort of, like, shadow banned or something. Like, it doesn't even come up on their search when you do, like, a search for it.
Yeah,
like,
I know. Googling it is weird.
Yeah, like, they've legitimately seemingly got them shadow banned or something.
Yeah, you have to actually type in the full title before you get anything.
Yeah, watch as this family start their own KKK lodge. Yeah, it is. Barley, yeah, it is kind of a Tim Allen sort of, like, what was that show? Family Man or something like that? Kind of a Tim Allen wannabe thing. But yeah, his show was at least funny. Last Man Standing. That's what the Tim Allen show was. Yeah, it was, Tim Allen, he's a fucking right-wing douchebag half the time, but he's funny. Right? Like, okay. He knows how to set up a sitcom. He's done this before. He knows the ins and outs.
Yeah, if you're going to be a right-wing twat, at least be funny.
Oh, looks like you guys have 30 seconds before the hype train runs out.
Fucking get on it.
The only politically correct thing about my classes is that I'm not a pedophile, so it's premarital.
Yikes.
Yeah. So yeah, it is kind of a brutal fucking thing. Here, you know what? Let's do. All right. Tell you what. Oh, Duffy, fucking, it's not gonna be in time. Oh, RV.
Not in time.
It will, I don't know.
Fucked it, RV.
I think RV just missed it.
Yeah, he was too slow.
Just like literally 2 seconds too slow.
I never trust these timers anyway.
Oh, RV. Oh man. Thank you though. Tell you what. Who did it go to? Alo, somebody I don't know. Railroad delayed, local G host, and Azazel.
Azazel, but with extra letters.
Yes. We gotta get a watch now. All right. Tell you what. I will be a magnanimous ruler. Okay. So Elon, SNL, fucking. Let's see what some. Okay. I tell you what. We'll do the monologue.
I haven't seen this yet. I've heard a lot about it.
So this is.
I haven't seen a single clip. I'm completely fresh. I'm already disappointed.
I agree.
Is it me or does he look short?
He is short, and that suit is fucking fugly. He is. What is it with like super wealthy dudes? Like just, I mean, for the love of God, buy a stylist.
Yeah. Is it me? Is it the bit rate, or does his like
No,
shirt
it bleeds
underneath the
into.
suit
It bleeds.
have the exact same color?
It's
looking
slightly
awful.
different, but it is so insignificant of a difference in shade that it legitimately looks like he's just wearing some weird one-piece top.
Yeah, it's fucking like I'm wearing a onesie and I'm trying to hide it kind of bullshit.
Did he use his eyebrows as plugs? Where did they go? The plastic thing is his charge port. Yeah, he also, I mean, not to, okay, so not to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy. He's looking kind of dumpy. Like, if I were a billionaire, I'd spend like $5 million on me, or just on me, like physically on me a year. Right? Like I'd be dropping stupid cash. I would have a personal trainer who goes everywhere with me. I would have a traveling gym. I would have a dietitian and a chef. I would have an entire fleet of staff and medical personnel, everybody to make sure that I am in the best possible condition and shape to extend my life, right? Like you're a billionaire.
Absolutely.
You want to ride this shit out, don't you? Like it just, they always look so dumpy and just out of shape. It's kind of sad. It's an injustice to be that rich and not spend it. I know, right? Like, I mean, you fucking be an actual job creator. If I had that kind of money, this shit I would do. Like, I just, you can have, like, if you have $150 billion at your disposal every day of the week. Every time you go outside and you go anywhere in public, you could literally be dropping hundreds of thousands of dollars everywhere you go. Literally just dropping it.
Yeah. When you're talking billions,
It's nothing.
Like, people, this is difficult to comprehend, but you could give people millions, like,
and it would
we
be nothing to you.
give people fucking, dollars or euros.
Yeah.
It'd be nothing.
I've said before, if I struck it stupidly rich, one of the first things I would do is I would take I would rent or buy, it doesn't fucking matter, a hot air balloon, and I would just take like bags of money up with me, and I would just start throwing money out of a hot air balloon. I'd just be like,
Yeah.
here you go.
The one promise I made to myself and my family is if I ever made it like stupid rich, I wouldn't be for long. Like that's
Yeah,
the
give it away.
one thing.
Get rid of it. All right, so here we go. Let's fucking. I am more interested as, you know, as an actor and with theater training and stuff like that. I'm more interested at that very end piece where you can see the fake smile go away. There's this very distinct moment where I think the camera has pulled back far enough that he just sort of, you see it, like it goes out of his eyes and it drains out of his face very quickly. The sort of the affectation of the smile he's putting on. Now we could chalk this up to Asperger's. We could chalk this up to him just being a fucking psychopath. But yeah, that to me was the most interesting part of that. You mean when the AI turns off? Yeah, probably.
It's probably a combination of all those things, right? Like Asperger's, yada yada yada. But fuck me, does it look? It looks bad.
No, the whole thing, yeah, it was awkward, and I honestly, I feel sorry for, like, I saw a Twitter post about that. Somebody was saying that, you know, like everybody was, oh, you must be so like two autistic people, like, oh, you must be so happy that you have representation. Elon's out there representing the autistic community, and autistic people like, fuck no. Like, this is not the representation we were after.
Not at all.
Some dumb. You hear what Elon did to Vegas? What do you mean? I live in Vegas. Do you mean the tunnel? And if you mean the tunnel, yes, I know. We talked about it when it first fucking like launched here. Yeah, all right. Yeah, we talked about the fucking dumbass fucking tunnel here. It's absolutely stupid.
A worse subway that was used to test mining capabilities that he wants to use on Mars with government subsidies. That's where we're at. As far as I
Elon invented tunnels. Don't at me. Oh yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, I see your cursor. There we go. Saw your tag over there. Yeah, this is sort of the meme territory we're talking about. Yes, behold a Tesla taxi service that can only go 35 miles an hour. But hey, it had RGBs in the tunnel. So, progress? Fucking stupid.
This meme really says it all. That's just it.
I'm not an engineer, but if you launch a tunnel, something's going to go wrong. Yeah, it cost millions and millions of dollars to dig a fucking tunnel that basically takes people from an area that is not, like, is relatively close to the convention center and delivers them to either side of the convention center. Right? Like, we already have taxi, bus, Uber, Lyft. You can walk this distance probably in the same amount of time you can catch one of those Teslas. It's absolutely stupid. Yeah, it's... Oh, yeah, there's plenty. I mean, like I said, they're capped at 35 miles an hour in the tunnel. So... yeah. The lifted Fords around here.
Wait, that's fucking nothing.
Yeah, no.
35 miles an hour, that's nothing.
No,
I had to convert that using Google because, you know, European. But
yeah, it's 56 kph.
Yeah, it's completely irrelevant. We do that sort of stuff whilst, you know, in the most like built areas and stuff like that. Oh, like the area where you can run over children, that's where we do that speed.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people have ever seen the Las Vegas Convention Center. You need like to service the Las Vegas Convention Center. You need like many people. It's not a small building. Let's see. See if I can get an overhead of it. All right, so I mean, that's just the front. It's not an easy building to capture. It's fucking huge. Yeah, this is partial construction. Here, I'll do this one really quickly on stream so you can see. This is half of the building. This is half the building. They continue. There's more over here. It's quite a giant complex. So, yeah. $1 billion fucking convention center too, by the way. Hi, mister. Yeah, no, it's a fucking $1 billion complex, and like 800 people a day. That's how many people will staff like the food service for the facility. Right? Like it's not enough to even begin to talk about the conventioneers and shit like that. $200,000 people per day. That's how many people, like, on average, the convention center has in it during a convention. It has 200,000 people in it. All right. 800 people ain't fucking cutting it for the transport service for the convention center. And that's what millions of dollars fucking got us from with Elon. It's a brilliant fucking move. So they only do 50,000 Teslas. Exactly. Sounds worth it. Oh yeah, totally. It's totally worth it. Surprise. Hasn't tried building a tunnel. Jesus Christ. But you got the Super Bowl coming. Yeah, and I mean even that facility is, oh god. Allegiant Stadium. We spent so much fucking money on this shit too. This is another one of those like publicly funded private scam situations. And here's how I can, let's see. Okay. Here's some forced perspective imagery for you. So this building looks big, right? Because it's in the foreground. It's right. You're pushed up on it. This is the Allegiant Stadium. Here's the thing though. If you were on the highway behind it, which is the I-15 that runs right behind it, and you looked across the street to the convention center that exists right behind here. It's not even the Las Vegas Convention Center. It's just the Mandalay Bay Convention Center that exists back here. It dwarfs this building. All right. This is Las Vegas we're talking about, right? Our sense of scale is entirely different than a lot of places. And so when the stadium went up, many of the local residents, we would drive by it and we would look at it, and then we would look across the street. Like, you just look at it, You look across the street and you're like, eh. It's small. It's not a very big building. We have much larger buildings compared to this thing. It's, yeah. And we spent like $1 billion on this fucking thing too. I think 750 million of it was in local revenue drives and fucking municipal bonds and that sort of thing. So we will be paying interest on that sort of thing. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what they're, oh geez.
Fuck those sorts of prestige projects, honestly.
Yes, it is. 65,000 is capacity, Duffy. Did I hear? No, Rev. That's not the sort of thing I would probably hear. But apparently Tesla stopped taking Bitcoin for Teslas.
Does he still take Dogecoin though? 'Cause that's his shtick now, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the current pump and dump. Fucking Estrella, my college stadium is bigger. For real. Like I said, like we've spent 750 million just on local municipal bonds and shit like that, trying to build that stupid fucking building. And we're going to end up paying interest on that when those bonds come due. And like, honestly, all the locals, we didn't want it to start with. There's not many locals who wanted that stadium. And to be perfectly honest,
doing this sort of shit without a local referendum is just absolutely horrific, honestly.
Well, Elliot, yeah, but Raiders though, that's kind of why we didn't want it. For real. There was an element of that in the community. People did not want the Raiders fans coming here. That was a very real thing. It's some dumb, but it'll bring tourism. Yes, to the #1 tourist destination in the country. We're already so short on tourism.
As a European, the reason that I would go to Vegas is not the stadium that I've never heard of. Let's just put it like that.
Yeah. He did say Doge was a hustle on SNL. Fair enough. Yeah, they're cut from a different cloth. We could put it that way. Vegas is a city that should have a clause for its professional sports team. They don't travel. That stadium is filled every weekend, regardless with tourists. Yeah, no, it's fucking pointless. It's fucking pointless. Okay, so River Plate's Monumental de Nunez Stadium, built in 1938, has a capacity for 62,000 people. This is what a Billy gets you nowadays? Yeah, basically. The largest college football stadium is almost double that size. Just turn Raiders into football version of Globetrotters. Yeah, it honestly, it is completely fucking pointless. It's we're not happy about it. Let's just put it that way. We're not that happy about that stadium existing. There are some locals who give a shit about it. There are some that are like, oh, it's gonna bring, whatever, X, Y, and Z, whatever their particular bullshit is about. But honestly, yeah, it's straight. No one's going to Vegas for football. It's just another reason. That's the thing. It's just another reason. It's just one more thing on the pile, I suppose. And especially if you're coming from California. There's a lot of people from California, LA especially, that just like day trip out here. LA is a day trip for us. And a lot of LA residents and like Bay Area also they have a tendency to drive out here. So it's going to increase that aspect of it, but they don't make up the majority of our tourism base. So, yeah. Is Noam Chomsky really an anarchist? Yes, he is, despite the fact that many people within the anarchist milieu despise many of his takes. There is no anarchist membership card that you get to revoke at an organizational level. So, yes.
That's kind of the point.
Yeah. You would have to ask him. as to whether he still classifies himself as an anarchist these days. I haven't heard anything recently from him, and his opinions may have changed. He may classify himself differently these days. He may use different adjectives, but that's a question for the individual.
I'm fairly certain he still does.
I want a membership card just to show people. I'll get to printing them, Zippy. I mean, does it not load? I mean, god damn it. The fucking Twitch should load chat that way. Somebody just very quickly asked if Noam Chomsky is really an anarchist. Oh my god, skeptic. Breathe. Breathe.
Hey, skeptic.
So yeah, we spent a dumbass amount of money on that Allegiant Stadium, and we spent, I mean, not like $1 billion stupid money, but we spent stupid money also on that dumbass Elon tunnel project for the convention center. That is Mr. Toad's wild ride, basically. It's fucking 3-4 people get into a goddamn Tesla, drive at most 35 miles an hour, 10 feet that way, and then get out. But
honestly, it is ridiculous how the fucking dude sold you a worse subway that you paid more money for, so that he could test the technology that he was going to use to mine for minerals on Mars. Because that's really what it comes down to here. And it's utterly fucking ridiculous.
And, by the way, the test didn't go well.
No, it really didn't. It's a worse subway. What the fuck did you expect?
Yeah.
And the mining didn't go great either. Just, Jesus.
Birdie, no. Yes. Depends how you want me to answer that. No, but there is a thing we spent millions of dollars on that it's technically a tunnel. I suppose technically it's 2 tunnels, or a branching tunnel, depending on how you wish to define this. But it's got Teslas in it, and it maxes out at 35 miles an hour. Average speed is more like 5 miles an hour. And it goes all of, I think, 400 feet.
And there's like no escape kind of things. Like in case of an emergency, you're fucked.
Yeah, technically, if 2 lithium fires started simultaneously at the entrance and the exit, and you were in the middle, you would be fucked. Yeah.
Yeah.
And as to where it is, it's by the Las Vegas Convention Center. So if you know where that is.
It's absolutely awful.
Birdie, for what purpose? I mean...
Yes.
To spend some of the Las Vegas taxpayer money on another pet project of Elon's / public relations / marketing / tourism. Hey, we have a Hyperloop fucking thing here that isn't a Hyperloop, has nothing to do. It's so fucking stupid.
Nothing to do with the Hyperloop.
Yeah.
I mean, he's literally said in interviews that the kind of like, you know, the drilling and stuff like that he wanted to use on Mars as well. Similar technology, stuff like that. It's just a test run, and he's somehow convinced local government that it's a good idea. So, you know.
Here is... Here you go. Here's what it does, Birdie. Okay, you sort of... Is there a better map? Okay, this is what it does.
It's the worst shite subway that I've ever seen. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That costs millions of dollars. No, yes, Rev, yes. There's an active bus line right next to it. Right next to it. That does an order of magnitude more people than this thing does. So, yeah, that's a thing we spent millions of dollars on. Oh, yeah, sometimes. No, there's all sorts of problems. It's, you know, but you can charge people more for a futuristic tunnel with RGB. I don't even think they charge for it right now. I think it's like a ride.
It's a fucking pet project.
Yeah.
It's RGB. It's a single lane car subway. That's what you're talking about without proper emergency exits. You know, really thinking about, you know, the safety issues and the stuff that your taxes, especially if you live in Vegas, your taxes help pay for. They should fucking pay you to get on it, honestly.
$50 million. All right, here we get some footage of it. Here it is. Here it is, folks. Woo, look at that blistering speed. Oh, wow. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Wow.
Wasn't it a thing that for a long time the Teslas couldn't even function on the Tesla's own autopilot function? Because, you know, it's underground, so they can't receive their GPS and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no, they have to have drivers.
Really
they have to have drivers.
Yeah. Like the cars they're using there aren't really suited and built for the thing they're doing, and it's kind of dumb.
Can you drink a 12-pack and put it to the floor? It's like no Willy Wonka chaos on the walls, nothing. No, it's yeah. It's heard it's a fucking Tesla tunnel thing that costs the Las Vegas taxpayers like $50 million. It's a whole fucking thing. Yes, and yeah, it's still in beta. Okay, so do we have? Hang on. What's? Oh, also, I always love a fucking account that was created like, you know, within spitting distance. That's always my favorite thing. Somebody comes in with a hot take and you check the account age immediately and you're like, oh, it was created like within the last week sort of situation. You know,
within the last week. I've had them within
minutes.
The last hour.
We had one last week that was fucking 2 minutes. Literally came in 2-minute old account. I'm like, no, nothing suspicious going on here at all. I'm sure you are acting in good faith, kind sir.
Yeah, you must have been lurking this stream without an account for ages and just felt like this was the one thing you needed to address and made an account specifically for that.
Yeah, that's so everybody knows, just so you know, to contextualize, whoever you're dealing with here, this end Western hegemony person, that opening statement, so I can provide some political science contextualization. Communism, liberalism, and fascism are all the same. You should look into fourth political theory. Fourth political theory is a theory put forth by Alexander Dugin. Alexander Dugin is of infamy. He is of infamy. He's a Russian analyst who wrote Geopolitics, and I forget the full title of the book, but basically wrote the playbook for Putin and the modern Russian government on how to use asymmetrical warfare to destabilize Western regimes. See the Trump administration, see their activity within Ukraine, that sort of thing. So this person is actively promoting a geopolitical philosophy that seeks to destabilize entire regions to increase the Russian power base. That's where they're coming from. That's what they advocated for with their first fucking message. So to provide some context as to what you're up against and who you're talking to. Yeah. Let me go looking. Foundations of Geopolitics. That's it. And if you want, it's over on the Discord server if you want to read about it. It's a whole fucking thing.
It's a good read.
Turd, how do you keep your head from exploding with all that knowledge in it? I don't know at this point. I really don't. Europe is not West. How many hours do you have on Warframe? Fucking beautiful.
Europe is not West really depends on, you know, the Europe you're on about. The part of Europe.
I mean, there's an argument to be made that Russia is normatively Western culture.
Oh yeah, I know. Did you see the... What was it again? It was recently, there was some sort of interview that like high level... Yeah, here we go. The fucking... What did they call? The head of policy planning at the State Department gave an interview with the New York Times, and they basically said that the ideological fight between Russia and the United States during the Cold War, you know, was really just an infight between white people, essentially. And then now she said it's the first time that we will have a great power competitor that is not Caucasian, speaking about China. So, you know.
I mean, recently, I suppose. It's the first time that it's like not the first time, but, you know, it's the first time in recent history, I suppose. We'll credit where credit's due, I suppose. We'll give them some leeway.
But still, like, just saying the quiet part out loud like that in that this is genuinely also just a race thing in a fucking New York Times interview. It's weird as fuck.
Hey, Fax. Solid take, by the way, Fax. And hey there. Yeah, wealthy oligarchs in control. Fucking wow, big difference. I mean, just do I already kind of want to engage here, but I kind of don't. Saying things like, you know, fucking multipolarity is life. Like, Dugan doesn't fucking argue for multipolarity as far as I would, I would begin to say. I mean, definitely a bipolarity argument there, but not multipolarity. And most assuredly not unipolarity. So everyone knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Polarity has to do with international relations. It's literally a technical term. There is unipolarity, bipolarity, and multipolarity within international relation frameworks. Unipolarity is generally considered anarchistic. Bipolarity is sort of what you tend to see. Multipolarity is a sort of... Imagine if we had like 5 superpowers. That's the sort of territory we're talking about.
I'm impressed with how well you've been able to put that into layman's terms, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, discussing like literally, I mean, we're talking, when you start discussing polarity in international relations vis-a-vis political science and that sort of thing, these are high level discussions. Right, like this legitimately
shit is fucking complicated.
Yes, this is legitimately deep academia. And so like there's no way we're going to cover it in any appreciable sense. But yeah, that's sort of the like Cliff Notes. Here's the cheat sheet, get you on your way sort of situation. But yeah, I'm doing it. I'm not even doing it justice. But if you want, what you want to look into is literally international relations and polarity. If you want to research this further.
There's no way we could do this justice even within an entire stream. Let's be quite honest.
This is a semester's worth of work.
Complicated shit.
Yeah, this is a section within your classwork. Yeah. Oh Lord, you're adorable. We can end the West, win-win. I kind of, you're adorable. So, end Western hegemony. Where are you living? Where are you from? Where what is your cultural normalization? Where did you grow up? Well, I would be impressed if you weren't on Earth. That would mean you're probably at the ISS, which that'd be kind of badass. But yeah, yeah, that is a good point. Facts. What are we doing about like Eastern hegemony? Do you care about China? Like, is that a problem for you? Would you prefer to see like a unipolar solution involving China? Or like, yeah, you're quoting, you're quoting Dugin basically. So clearly I would suspect that you're from, or at least influenced by Russian political milieu. Because there's very few people that come along and mention fourth political theory out of nowhere. So you've read Dugin, which means you're influenced by Russian politics in some way, shape, or form. Hang on.
It's important to remember one thing. You're wrong.
The even better thing, knowing where that clip comes from, it's literally an Onion video. That's the Onion. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
China
is all about multiple.
You mean the dumbest the Billy Madison one, Estrella?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
So now I have to ask.
God, I'm gonna need that soundbite. Jesus.
Isn't it great? I can send it over if you want.
It's amazing.
I have to ask now, Western hegemony. Where is that? There we go. And where is it? Podcast? Yeah, podcast sound library. And what the fuck? It's called Have Mercy. All right, where the fuck are you? There you are. And we were talking earlier. And Have Mercy. Sent. It is yours now.
Hell yeah.
So I have to ask now, end Western hegemony. How do you feel about third positionism? Because usually I will learn Shakespearean to prove a point. Nice facts. Yeah. How do you feel about third positionism? Because there's a direct corollary between fourth political theory and third positionism. So I am curious. I'm just gonna, And so everybody knows, fourth political theory involves liberal democracy, Marxism, and fascism. All right, these are core, like these are tent poles to fourth political theory. All right.
Yeah, fourth political theory is like as insane as you can get. If you try to make a meme, you'd arrive at that sort of thing.
Oh, premarital. Yeah, kind of Estrella, in a way.
Like, you legitimately have to choose things that are kind of fundamentally incompatible and force them together even more so.
Zippy, it's fourth political theory is a foundational sort of position for European far right at present. It's pretty common in and around certain regions in Europe as the sort of foundational position for some far right groups. Like I said, it's literally it melds elements of a liberal democracy, Marxism, and fascism into this weird unifying position that Dugin has created to sort of like birth a new political ideology, as it were. And yeah, it's used as a justification for a whole set of like wars and encroachments and annexations and asymmetrical warfare tactics. And it is generally related to the Eurasian movement, Nazbols, National Bolshevism, and third positionism, which is holy fuck crazy, by the way. Third positionism is this like beyond far right sort of situation. It is a neo-fascist ideology.
This whole thing is relatively popular in Europe, right? If you read articles, like if you're from the US and I don't even know if you guys get this news over there at all, but like if you look into it and you look into, say, the positions of Geert Wilders or Marine Le Pen and, you know, certain other, like, pretty much fascist leaders, or at least very far-right leaders in Europe that are very popular, most of them will be from this kind of position. Like, if you ever find an article which says, oh, Geert Wilders in the Netherlands is actually economically left-wing, this is why. Like, this is, like, that's the parts of, like, Marxism that they've adopted as their own.
No, there really aren't neo-anarchists. It's not a fucking thing. Anarchism is still alive and kicking. Like it revises itself. It updates itself. There's sort of post-anarchism, which I suppose you could classify as a neo form, but it's generally just seen as an embracing and a return. It's a Foucaultian analysis of power dynamics and a reclaiming of the original position of anarchism anyway. It's not a departure from. It's just a re-embracing of original ideals under a new title. You should name the title. I haven't read Marx, but I'd beat you in a debate about him. So yes, fourth political theory basically is a fascist adjacent ideology. It is authoritarian, though it does integrate elements of democracy into itself. It does integrate elements of Marxism into itself. I personally think that it's kind of self-contradictory, and I think that's, you know,
it is.
Self-consistency is the best you can ask for out of an ideology, and it isn't self-consistent. So, you know, it fails like the basic checksum in as far as, you know, in my opinion, and also it's dangerous. Like, it is dangerous. Like, it's not even, this isn't speculative. Fourth political theory has killed people and is killing people right now, basically.
It's killing people. Yeah. This is ongoing.
Yeah,
like the closest thing to a somewhat consistent position from them, and this is me being exceptionally charitable, is where they essentially have Marxism, or at least more left-wing ideology, or support systems and such for an in-group. They have democracy and voting and stuff like that for an in-group. And that's also kind of part of what makes them, fascist, because they are very much about an in-group. So you're part of the group who gets to vote, who gets to participate in, certain things about more left-wing economic structures and that sort of thing. Or you don't, and in that case, you're fucked, and you might as well die, and you're the scum of the earth, generally speaking.
Hey, there it is. Fucking, you can reject modernity. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, Lord.
Is this where we have the Anprim now?
I mean, it wouldn't say, if I don't know how you would rectify. I would have to reread fucking Dugan to know how the fuck you rectify fourth theory with anti-civ, but I'm sure some idiot's gonna try and do it. Like,
Not that hard when you don't care about consistency. Which, that's kind
That's
of a
fair.
hallmark of
Yeah,
people who like...
yeah, that's fair. But yeah. Oh man, that's a first though. Somebody actually like unironically coming in standing Dugan. That's a new one. Most people don't even know who the fuck Alexander Dugin is. I really think, I do think End Western Hegemony is from one of those sort of like former Soviet bloc states and or Russia, or a tanky.
No. Most tankies don't have that in-depth knowledge. I would genuinely say,
Which would make him a rare tanky.
Poland,
Yeah.
Hungary, Russia, area, that sort of thing.
Thank you, Zippy. Thank you kindly. Yeah, it's it's a new one. It's a new one. Credit where credit's due. But yeah, no, it definitely, like, if you are like, if they're just a fucking like Bay Area tanky and they're busting out fourth theory and like Dugan, that's like tankies have evolved, right? Like that's a problem.
I don't want to give them that much credit. I refuse.
That's fair. That's fair. For your own sanity, you establish the headcanon. I get it.
Yeah.
Hover tanky. Whether yeah, we've, trust me, there's plenty of us that have joked about that stream for a while, and various leftists always fucking joke about doing that. The what drove me from the left stream. Like, and this is why I'm no longer, yeah, that sort of thing. Trust me, plenty of fucking leftists joke about that shit.
If you could, like, keep it up for a bit, you could make hella cash.
A lot of, I'm not sure I know what you're asking there. But if you want to rephrase it, by all means. So,
No, I think I kind of get that, actually. Like, if people in your area are more third political theory, right? then I can see if that's a common idea, that could be discouraging from local activism. I've heard that plenty of times over here.
I just kind of want. Do we know? Does anybody? Do any of the mods have the user list like refreshed and up to date? I just want to know if they're still here. And I end Western hegemony. What's the plan? Yes, Q is still a thing. We read some fan fiction by some QAnoners like 2 weeks ago. It was amazing. Interesting. Yeah, I just kind of want to know what the plan is to end Western hegemony. Like, what are you like? Is he? Like, are we gonna follow foundations of geopolitics to a T? Because I mean, Russia's already kind of doing that. By the way, if you want to know what Russia's playbook is, read Foundations of Geopolitics by Alexander Dugin. It goes a long ways.
Russia is an interesting country to try and like follow anyway.
Pop Molly and read Mao. What's the plan? It's already in the works. The West is starting to crumble. Well, that doesn't. I mean, brilliant. Comrade Maduro. Nice. Nice Primero. So is that all you're after? Is you just sort of want, like, I mean, what's the end goal here? Are you looking to empower any particular group? How are you going to do that using vanguardism? A free world. Oh, well, fourth political theory isn't going to get you a free world. Holy shit, it's fascistic.
Not a chance.
It's authoritarian with elements of vanguardism. Like, it's classist innately. Like, that's not, I mean, that's the opposite direction of where you should be headed. Look, I'm not sitting here saying that, like, a neoliberal hyper-capitalist society such as America should be your model for that. But, I mean, like, for real,
we can hate both. Like,
yeah, like
we
fourth
can disagree with both.
Fourth
It's
political
not a
theory
difficult
and
thing.
Dugin's, I mean, for the love of God, Foundations of Geopolitics laid out exactly what the roadmap is for Dugin and as far as he sees the Russian bloc engaging in. And fourth political theory has hard elements of fascism and vanguardism within it. Like, this isn't a free world. Like, that wouldn't...
You have such a strong fucking in-group that free world would be limited to very, very few people. For most, that would not be free at all. Nothing even close to it.
I mean, it unironically, like, unabashedly, this isn't like fucking, like, in the West, like in America and in Europe and stuff, people throw fascism around, right? Like, fourth political theory literally incorporates fascism. Like, it's not like, oh, there's some stuff I don't like, that's fascism. No, I mean, it really does incorporate fascism into it as a political theory. That seems like if your end goal is a free world, fourth political theory is the wrong way wrong direction to head. Oh, so you're just an anti-civer. Oh, so you've latched on to some bullshit you don't really understand, it seems like. And you're an anti-civer. Oh. I get it. Oh, I get it now. All right. Oh, man.
I mean, you know, the fourth way is a way to destroy civilization, I suppose.
A Canuckistanian. Love it. Love the name. Yeah, okay, so you're just an anti-civer who's a little confused as to how to get to the anti-civ situation. All right, I get it. Yes, modernity has ruined it. Let me go complain on the internet. So, end Western hegemony. I'm gonna call you EWH just for brevity's sake. EWH. Are you a Canuckistanian? Thank you for the follow. Are you attempting to withdraw from modernity? Are you attempting to, like, distance yourself from modernity in some way? Have you started constructing your cabin in the woods? Have you, like, gone off grid?
Do you know how to even, like, build a cabin in the woods with the things that you need? How to sustain yourself? You know, grow your own food, keep your own animals, hunt a little bit, maybe?
Do you have the capital to do so? Yeah, I mean, it's fair point, some of them. Are you with...
Depending on where you are, the capital's not that important.
Are you with Black Hammer? What's nature's IP? God, I love that fucking... Oh, no, that's not the Fry one. EWH, do you want to come on the air and talk? I would be open to having the conversation.
I would be very interested in that as well.
Wouldn't
And
be the
honestly,
first
like,
anti-Sivir.
If you want some tips on how to withdraw from civilization, I could help you out. I know which plants are like edible, and you know, I could build my own log cabin in a pinch if I need to.
Yeah, Marcus. Love it. Love it. Love it, fucking Marcus. Respect. Fucking calling out the use of the pagan. Like, that's a Christian term. It's a Christian pejorative used to lump a disparate and widespread series of religious practices. Nice, Estrella. Good to know. Wither, I may not knoweth much, but as a hierarchist, I wisheth for the abolition of conformity, predictability, and enforcement of social power upon one another. Yeah, it's interesting. I find you minorly fascinating, EWH.
Yeah, same, honestly. I can hunt, fish, build, love, moral, good eating. This time of the year. Honestly, do you know?
I mean, my fucking my Irish pronunciations are shit. So I can't do fucking whatever the proper pronunciation of Dagda is. Because fucking Irish pronunciations are all over the fucking place.
Especially the like Gaelic stuff. It's
Yeah.
fucking ridiculous.
I have no idea if like what letters are supposed to be pronounced. It's fucking yeah. Like, but it is Irish. I know that.
Yeah.
It's like an Irish mythos of some sort.
Yeah, I know. I tried to learn Gelga for like a few years, but I've dyslexia up the ass, and it's fucking torture.
Given the region, given the context, it's Druidic. I know that. But I mean, they seem to speak fairly fluent English. They're making references to Irish Druidic mythos, and they're making claims to Russian political ideologies. So definitely your part of the world.
I've gathered as much.
Yeah.
They're up early, that's for sure.
If they were American, I would be fucking staggered. Yeah,
I'm fairly certain, like, the pronunciation is just Dagda. I don't think it's that complicated, but I would feel like an idiot if I messed that up right now.
yeah, you
but
never know with Irish. That's with the Gaelic
I'm
pronunciations.
like 90% sure. I've spent enough time trying to learn this fucking language.
Why staggered? Zippy, Americans barely know where we are. Our own country is on a map, and that's not hyperbole. For real, like I think the last time somebody checked, it was of like 1/3 of Americans couldn't identify America on a map. I'm not fucking around here. All right, 20% of our population is functionally illiterate. It's sad. So we don't keep up on international news. We can barely identify where our own country is on a map. So if you bust out like a reference to Irish Druidic mythos and a reference to a not that well-known Russian analyst and strategist for geopolitics, and aspiring to anti-civ, like this doesn't feel American. It just doesn't feel like somebody who's coming from America. And if it were, that's a weird set of knowledge.
Yeah, no, I'm 100%. Look, I'm fairly certain that they're not American. They corrected me to Dada, which means they're from a specific part of there's fucking accents and linguistics to that.
That is
I'm fairly certain.
That is true, Estrella. Fucking fascists do love pagan shit.
Oh, fuck me. I know. It's horrible. Like, some people who know me a little bit know that I like the kind of neo-pagan fucking music kind of thing. Like, the fucking dark Viking blah blah bullshit.
Of course, your entire region is obsessed with, like, death metal and shit.
That community is fucking fascist.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, death metal, black metal, and Warhammer 40K. Quick, easy ways to find fascists. Yeah. Celtic. So basically what they're doing is... Oh, God. They're basically revolting against... They're revolting against mommy and daddy. That's... in a very real way. Right? Like, if they are ethnically and culturally Celtic... then, and this obsession with ending civilization and ending Western society and that sort of thing, it could definitely be seen as some sort of trauma extension of the British-Irish relationship.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But not just Irish. Like, Celts have been oppressed in many places. There's Celts living in France and even in parts of Spain at this point, but...
Free Scotland. Yeah. So interesting. You're a weird cookie. But I appreciate you as a human being. I think
it's fun.
Yeah, I think you're wacky. I think you're legitimately wacky. But you have every right to be wacky. And frankly.
Hell yeah.
You brought a uniqueness into the stream that I hadn't witnessed quite yet, and probably will, stick in my memory a little bit better than most of the fucking idiot chuds we get, and, all those types. So I respect you for it.
This wasn't an NPC on repeat. This was actually kind of interesting, and I had to Google some things.
So, yeah. I mean... It's not every day you get somebody standing Dugan up in here.
Stenning Dugan and Celtic shit. Like, if you get a Dugan, you'd expect them to be Russian or at least Eastern European. But then coming in with the Celtic shit, hell, that's an interesting combo.
Mr. Sir, I don't think so. I don't think we've had anybody stand Napoleon.
You haven't?
No.
Isn't that like half the Frenchies?
They don't give a shit about Napoleon. Not the kind of French people that show up on my shores.
Fair enough.
Yeah. The Frenchies that I get are all fucking... Like, honestly, I don't think I've gotten... Oh, well, okay, so... Who's... Is that Silly? I forget who... There's one female French streamer. She's not an anarchist. I can say, though, outside of her, most of the French people that I have come across in this arena, they're like either an anarchist or already in the street protesting something anyway. So I mean, they're on team. It's rare that those types come across. Hey, Devil Boy. Should I start standing Napoleon arc? I would prefer not, Devil, but that's, again, up to you.
Don't stand Napoleon. Also, Australia, my expectations aren't that high. And also, Dutch education system isn't that great. So don't worry about that.
Better than ours, trust me.
Oh, yeah, but that's a fucking low bar. Like, just like me venting for 2 seconds, the Dutch educational system is the only one in Western Europe that has measurably gotten worse in the past 20 years. Not in a way that, like, we're slowing down our growth or anything like that. No. We've gone backwards. Children now know less than children did 20 years ago.
So
the Netherlands is fucking itself up.
So what'd you do, Ramsey? What'd you fuck up? Why'd you make that happen?
Yeah, it's completely my fault.
Yes.
I elected the neoliberals for like 20 years in a row. Ever since I was born, it's,
You've almost reached our standards.
Yes.
Whether does the anti-civ position have parties? I mean, not really, not usually, although they do actively participate in parties in some parts of the world, but not usually.
Patriotism is something that, people do.
Packs
regardless of
clubs,
ideology.
There are packs of them. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
What do you have, like a population of 5? You're like half the population, Ramsey.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well,
Fucking some dumb actually going at it. Who wants to have an anti-civ occult party with me, says Devil Boy. Well, we have somebody who's already down for that, Devil. End Western hegemony, meet Devil Boy. Devil Boy, meet end Western hegemony. See? Just like that, there's 2 of them.
oh no. Why have you done, Kai?
See? That's how that shit works. Are you familiar? I think that's an old... Whose bit is that? Bill Burr. That's Bill Burr, actually. Wouldn't politics fly in the face of anti-civ? Canuckistanian, basically, yes, long-term, no short-term. Basically, the position is any position that gets us to the downfall of civilization and the reversal of modernity is the winning solution for them. So they tend to be accelerationists. You can actually catch anti-civers in the ranks of like Trump supporters and stuff even. They tend to be in those crowds. Anything that will cause the downfall of civilization, they're on board with.
Anti-civ is still a political ideology. Like, let's get that straight. It's not. Like, politics never flies in the face of a political ideology.
And
because,
and
it's part of what it is.
And as a political ideology, it's genocidal and fucking stupid. All right?
Yeah.
It's stupid. It's stupid. Just outright. But it's also genocidal. All right? The anti-civer position basically calls for the elimination of 7 billion people. So, good luck.
I think Fister's missed the point entirely.
Yeah. Oh well, that's just Fister.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
Stupid is bad. Genocide is worse. He do it gently. At least anti-civers want to test if the Mad Pact actually works. Sounds like a great ideology. Yeah. It's straight, not me. I'll be saved. Yeah, anti-civers basically want to roll back everything. Everything. Agriculture is gone. All right, farming, gone. All that sort of shit.
It really depends on which anti-civer you're talking to be fair. They're not a Molyneux by any stretch of the imagination, but yeah, they kind of want to get rid of,
explain to me how
progress.
Yeah, explain to me how we'll be supporting any decently sized agricultural program using their policies.
You won't.
Farming is gone. The city centers will die.
You might have some
you will starve to
farmers
death.
who produce a lot of food who essentially become kings.
It's the city centers will perish.
Yeah,
modern medicine
100%.
is gone for almost all of them, because modern medicine requires
medicine is
industrialization,
completely gone,
and
yeah.
industrialization is on the chopping block for all of the anti-civers. So hope you don't require any medicine to stay alive, or you don't have any autoimmune conditions, or you don't, catch an infection or anything.
The infection is the one they don't realize often, because if you actually work the fields or build things or that sort of stuff, getting a cut and getting like shit in it and not being able to properly disinfect it, it'll get you an infection really quickly. It's not that difficult.
Oh, well, Western hegemony. You got COVID, but you won, but you still smell rotting flesh. Well, good news. Just good news. COVID-19, I don't know if you're male or female, but COVID-19 has been found in penile tissue that contributes to erectile dysfunction. A study has demonstrated that COVID-19 can be present in penile tissue long after the men recover from the virus, and blood vessel dysfunction resulting from the infection can contribute to long-term erectile dysfunction. So congratulations.
Yeah, on the absolute plus side, though, you smell the rotting flesh. One of the effects of COVID is long-term smell loss, so at least you don't have that one.
Yeah, just, bonus, right?
Some downs.
Yeah, like, hope you didn't, if you happen to have one. Yeah, it affects female fertility as well. But, just saying.
Wasn't there miscarriages after COVID? It's fucking horrible.
Pfizer makes Viagra. It does. Yeah. Just because you survived the COVID doesn't mean the COVID won't be impacting you in long term. There was even a Texas emergency room doctor who she has seen hundreds of COVID patients, and she has
lungs.
Yep, the lungs.
I know exactly which one this is.
Yep. Even if you have no perceptible breathing impact upon from the COVID infection, chances are you have lung scarring.
Yeah, this is like the one guy is talking about. There was a person who's worked with lungs for their entire lives. They know this sort of shit. They looked at x-rays and stuff like that of people who are completely asymptomatic. They did not have symptoms. They didn't even cough. There was nothing. And yet their lungs were worse than smokers' lungs. Like people who've smoked their entire lives, that sort of thing. It's honestly terrifying.
Which I'm sure that does well for you when you're living off grid and having to chop firewood and shit, right?
Oh, that's amazing for you. It brings the challenge.
Yes, that's exactly what. Yeah, and not to be a dick, but did you hold these positions before you got COVID? Apropos of Estrella's comment about there's evidence with lowered oxygen saturation rates, you may have significant brain damage. My favorite cousin died of COVID, said Sippy. She made beautiful art. That sucks, Sippy. I'm sorry to hear that. That's just shit. Who's...
Honestly, people, get
it's left flank.
your fucking vaccine once you can.
Yeah,
and help convince other people as well. It's important for all of us.
Ramsey, are you a pirate?
No, I'm not. Not as far as I know, at least.
Well, I mean, just probably sails the high seas as far as, software goes.
I mean, as far as software goes, definitely. Also, I spent, like, most of the past 2 weeks literally sailing, so...
Where? If I may ask.
The North Sea and Friesland, the Frisian lakes.
Friesland.
Friesland, if you want the Dutch pronunciation for that.
I mean, Wallata, the nation state does give it to you. I don't know where you are, Wallata. But, I mean, if you're in America, it's free. I mean, it's free most places. I'm going to buy a yacht and pirate other yachts. Fuck yeah.
Ireland, Wales, Scotland, Cornwall, what's left of the Celts. Isle of Man, parts of Brittany, parts of northern Spain as well. Friesland, that's such a stupid name. Hey, I didn't come up with it, alright?
Yeah, where's the fucking etymology on that one? It's right, it's the Germanic tribe, right? Like, it's named after somebody.
What, Frisia? Friesland.
Yeah, yeah, there we go. The Frisi. They were just ancient Germanic tribe.
They're actually, like, the Frisians have got their own language, which is still spoken in parts of, like, Denmark and Germany. And,
Joe is
mostly in the Netherlands.
Isn't Joe Frisian? Yeah, Joe's Frisian.
Yeah, Joe's Frisian as well. And it's actually Frisian, like the actual Frisian language, is the closest related language to English of the other, like, German languages.
Yeah, it's fucking, because Joe often, I've even rolled it out as an example before when people get their panties in a bunch about, fucking all these white Europeans, colonial settlers, and it's like, who are you talking about? Who the fuck are you talking about? Like, do you think this is one group? Like, Jesus Christ, like, what about the Frisian people, right? They've been historically oppressed.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like, I mean,
we're still oppressing the Frisians in the Netherlands, and I take great joy in that.
Hey, Leopold II. Yeah, it's for sure. I don't understand half of these fucking people, quite frankly. Friesland. Exactly. Kanakistanian. Yes. Yeah, that's just part of being an adult and accepting humanity for what it is. Solid take, Mitre. Solid take. Let's blame Romans again, or did I not learn history, which I didn't? Let's see. Would the world have been better if the Spanish Armada had worked? No, Mr. Sir. No. It just means we'd be speaking Spanish instead.
As a Dutchman, it was quite funny when we destroyed the Spanish Armada. Like, it was just a big meme. That's all I'm claiming for the Dutch nationality.
Sorry, did you just claim the Dutch nationality as a meme?
Oh, yeah, that as well.
All right. Just want to make sure.
What I meant to say was that sinking the Spanish Armada was a meme.
Ah.
But I will also admit that we, as an entire culture and nationality, is one big meme. We shouldn't exist. It's stupid.
That's Wither. Fair enough. Yeah. No, Wither. You're not going to leave society. You're just going to transfer to a different social group. That's all. Given, boom, Twitter canceled. Wooden shoes, definitely a meme. Given what I know about you, Wither, and given the trajectory you seem to be attempting to take or position yourself in to follow, you'll just be changing social groups. That's all. But I love that. Boom, Twitter canceled. Hashtag canceled.
Fucking bring it.
That
might mean I get some interaction on Twitter for the first fucking time, so
Premarital, exactly. I swear to God, these fucking people need to start using bidets, people. I don't know why the fuck we have to keep having this conversation.
Hey, look. Okay, if we're gonna get really nitty-gritty, a large part of this is still the Spanish their own fault, because we couldn't have achieved the things we did, well, I say quote-unquote, as the Netherlands, without the Spanish expelling the Jews from their country, whom, for a large part, also fled to the Netherlands and became navigators, spies, translators, yada yada yada. We couldn't have done this without them being anti-Semitic. So,
You're also to blame for the fucking Puritans over here. Like,
we tried to kick them out. That's why they're there.
Yeah, I know. They fucking left Britain and came over to you, and then fucking, you guys were like, no, we're good. You can...
Yeah, we're all right, thanks.
You can keep going. And then they end up here, and...
How about that?
Yeah. Like, Jesus Christ.
Honestly, have you tried that recently? Just people you disagree with say, we'll give you a boat. How about that? Just see where that ends up. Not your problem anymore.
Marcus, it really does seem that way sometimes, doesn't it? It really does fucking seem that way. It is amazing the levels of just the common levels of anti-Semitism in the world. Like, it inevitably ends up back there. And it just, you're like, just wait 3 minutes. It's going to fucking, and it's the Jews. Yep. It is the craziest fucking shit. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, you're different than me? War. Get fucked.
No, we rarely did that because, we don't have that many people. We would lose wars unless they're by sea. We could manage those.
I mean, look, I'm not super up to date on the demographics or the ethno-demographics of that particular region, but the claim that somebody from that particular Highland, Ireland, UK region could be a higher percentage of Celt than you, also Saxon, but not Anglo. The fact that anybody in that region would not have a little bit of Anglo in them
that's just completely incorrect. I can tell you that much right now. the Saxons, they came from Germany. They, came to mostly England. It's very, very unlikely for the Celts to have a higher percentage of Saxons than Anglos. That's just the dumbest mistake I've heard all day so far.
Ooh.
It's completely just historically inaccurate.
It's important to remember
I'm
one thing.
not even
You're wrong.
entertaining that one.
Yeah, like that one didn't pass the sniff test. Given what we know about interbreeding within a regional demographic extended over, linear time, there's just like, no, it's probably not how that works.
Yeah. Like the Anglos, like the original Angles, were more closely related to the Celts than the Saxons were. The fusion between the Anglo-Saxons is what made English as it is today in a way. It combined with a whole host of other influences. Like, I'm simplifying incredibly here. But Saxony is right beside Wales. No, I think you'll find it's in fucking Germany.
I just had to do it. Like we're gonna put it on screen just because. So we know. We're just gonna right over here. And just let's see. Saxony, officially the Free State of Saxony, is a landlocked state of Germany, bordering the states of Brandenburg, Saxony-Anhalt, Thuringia, Bavaria, as well as countries Poland and the Czech Republic. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. This is looking a familiar part of the world. Interesting.
Even giving them the benefit of the doubt, like I just sent you another Wikipedia page about the Duchy of Saxony, which does actually have a coastline, surprisingly enough. But still, it's in Germany.
Yeah, it's across the channel.
Yeah.
It's not, on your part of. It's not even on your island. It's not even on your island.
The Saxons aren't related. Well, they are related to the Celts, but excessively distantly. I mean, here's the thing. All of them are related anyway, coming back, far enough. But...
So, let's see. Anglo is prefix indicating descent from Angles, right? England, English culture, right? Oversimplify for the Americans in the room. How do you not have any of that in you? If you live in this region, how has your lineage escaped? Like tons of inbreeding? Because that's basically your only option. Like, I don't... Yeah.
Here's also the thing. The Angles originally came from the southern part of Denmark. They were also a more Germanic tribe. Like, just for... I don't know how to properly share this with you, so I'll send it to you on Discord. But this is kind of how the migration went originally.
There you go.
So yeah, the Saxons from the Duchy of Saxony, and the Angles from Schleswig, in which I probably butchered. In the early 400s, this is what happened. And the Britons, as you see there, right, we might think, oh, British, that's English. No. The Britons back then, that was a form of Celts. They were Celtic. They, over time, they became essentially English when fusing with the Angles, the Saxons, forming an English culture. like the Picts became Scots, yada yada. This is a thing that takes centuries. But neither the Angles or the Saxons are fucking Celtic or from the Isles either way. Yeah, Britons is in Breton, not British. Yeah, exactly, premarital. Brythonic. Yeah.
But even, I mean, Brythonic is fucking, right, Welsh, Cornish, and Breton, right? Am I right on that? And even still, there's a whole lot of intermingling, shall we say. That's just denying history at that point. I don't understand. I don't understand people's obsession with pure blood shit, right? Like I don't have any of that in me. Sort of the situation. It's like, of course you do, especially living in an isolated, like a constrained geographic region such as, you know, the Isles. There's a whole lot of fucking going on over a lot of years. Not all of it consensual, by the way. And so, yeah, everybody, you got a little bit in you. I don't understand fucking people. But we're gonna kick this off. We're gonna fucking kick this off. Curio's sub 10.
We're done.
Yeah, like that's I'm sorry. I'm not about to. What the fuck, motherfuckers? 37 raid from 50 some odd. I swear to God.
Get in there, you bastards.
Yeah, fucking bastards. Either way, we're gonna raid over to Curio because Curio is no longer suspended. So yeah. It's been interesting.
Curio's great.
It's been interesting talking to an anti-civer who, I mean, Jesus Christ. Either way, I'm gonna remember that one for a little bit. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Yeah, I'll catch y'all later. He was Zippy. We can talk about it over there really quickly. But yeah, I hope you guys are as well as you can be. Ramsey, thanks for fucking hanging out.
Heyo.
All right. I'll see you guys over on Curios. Catch you later. All right, we're gonna click the raid